Um, our topic says the power of continuous learning. Uh, the whole point is that you must all learn. Please, the slides, please. Why the topic says the power of continuous learning, in my own words, it is road to becoming an egoist. Next slide. Yeah, that's the topic to me. Road to becoming an egoist. I don't know. Do you watch anime here? Do we? Yeah, I think you get the reference. Blue Lock, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. People are here. Next slide, please. So yeah, our agenda is continuous learning, cultivating the growth mindset, identifying learning opportunities, leveraging resources for effective learning, integrating learning into your daily routine. Don't mind the agenda; it's just to keep us, in check. I'll give you a quick story about myself. I don't used to be a mobile engineer, right? I started with, Python, right? Write Python, do backend development with Python, write Django, some data science here and there, and whatnot, right? But the year is 2017, I think, right? And I was tired of what I was doing. It's becoming boring. I don't enjoy it, right? And somehow, I've been looking at Android applications. So how are these Android apps built? Do I also use Python to build Android apps, right? And then I stumbled across the ALC program. I think it's Angela Learning Community or something. It's becoming boring, remember correctly? Fast forward to 2024, I build mobile applications. I'm a GD person and that. The point is, it's a road of continuous learning. Everything I did was learn and unlearn, then relearn. Next slide, please. This slide does not look updated. Can you refresh the slide? It's not updated. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This is not updated. It's not updated. Yeah. Anyway, I'll proceed. Why continuous learning? The very first thing is career advancement. Why do you want to learn continuously? Career advancement. Number one, either way you start, maybe an entry-level engineer or entry-level designer or technical writer or whatever you are starting as, right? That's not the apex of your career. You want to get to the top. You want to be the best striker in the world, right? So the very first thing, right, about continuous learning is, one, career advancement. That's why we must learn continuously. Two, adaptability. So I meet engineers, right? And they say, oh, I'm a Flutter engineer, a Flutter developer, right? All you do is Flutter, blow bubbles and write Flutter. And then when the business says, you know what? Perhaps we should go native. Let's write some Kotlin and Swift. And then, tada, you're out of the market, right? And then you are back in the market looking for a Flutter role. So another reason why we learn is adaptability, right? You need to evolve. Yeah, that's the word, evolve. Personal satisfaction. And that reason why we learn, or why we must continue learning, is personal satisfaction. For me, on the side, apart from Flutter, I do other things, right? Open source contribution, write some TypeScript and JavaScript. The point is, my full-time job just, pays the bills, right? Whether it makes me happy, or frustrated, or my PM is dragging me, that's their problem, right? The point is, the other things I do makes me happy. I'm satisfied personally. I'm learning and I'm doing stuff there. That's what that counts. So this slide is not back. Yes, why now? Tell me why I downloaded the current slide. All right, we are in the AI era, right? They say everything now is AI. I've been hearing the word AI since, I don't know, and my ears are bleeding, right? Today, you will see your AI today, don't worry. Role of AI in continuous learning, I highlighted two important things here. One, accelerating change, and the second one is new skill requirements. What slide are you downloading, for goodness sake? Okay. I said accelerating change and new skill requirements. Continuous learning helps you stay relevant in the AI-driven landscape, right? By acquiring skills like machine learning, data science, and whatnot. And then today we have things like Gemini, Vertex AI, and whatnot that allows you as an engineer, even if you're not a machine learning person, right, you can build AI-powered solutions, right? So the landscape has changed, right? We are in the era of generative AI. So you now have these Google models available to you. You can basically build some AI agents to interface with your business data or your hospital data and whatnot. Please, these slides. The next point I have here is cultivating a growth mindset. For those that know me very well, I talk about belief every now and then. Believe. Believe that you can do it. Believe. If there's someone that can do it, believe you are the one that can do it. This anime I watched, I know it's Kuroko no Basket, right? We have characters like Aomine that believe that the only person that can beat him is he himself, right? Exactly. Cultivate that mindset. If anybody can get it done, it is you. I highlighted two kind of mindsets, a growth mindset and a fixed mindset. I think this is the best slide. Yes. Next. Thank you. So yeah, a growth mindset basically believes that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. This idea of someone was born a genius, I don't actually believe it. It's just plenty work and hard work and practice, and then you get there. It's also the fixed mindset that basically believe that abilities are static and unchangeable, right? But there's one thing common with the two of them, and what you notice, belief. It's all about belief. If you believe you can do it, then you can do it. The moment you start doubting yourself, that's the end. Next slide. Yeah, strategies to foster a growth-oriented attitude. Number one, embrace challenges. Don't say, I have this new challenge or this kind of task at work and let me just leave it for the senior engineer to do it. I mean, you will get it done now and we'll all be happy. If you can, please tackle it. You should embrace it. That way you overcome and you get better. It inspires confidence in you and you can do better and you can do more. You should learn from feedback. Don't see feedback as you are being dragged. That, you are being criticized and then you should feel sad because you're just a boy or you're just a girl. No, you should learn from feedback. You should filter the feedback, take constructive criticism. You should view failure as opportunities. I define to fail as your first attempt in learning, right? That's not the end. It just means that, this your first attempt did not go well. Try again, right? You should view failure as opportunities. You should be an egoist. Believe in yourself. Have that plenty belief in yourself, all right? And of course, you can leverage AI tools for growth. Now, next slide. For example, we have platforms like Grammarly that use AI to provide you real-time feedback on writing and aiding your continuous improvement. Next slide. Next slide, please. No, previous slide. Why does this not look complete? Okay. Identifying learning opportunities. It's all about opportunities. Next slide. Stay updated. That's the very first advice I give everybody. To stay updated. The current trends in technology, what's new, where is the world heading into, right? You should stay updated. You should also keep updated with AI innovations, right? And one way to do that is by following blogs like TechCrunch, Wired AI, following podcasts or newsletters, right? At times it might be as simple as following certain Twitter handles or subscribing to a particular YouTube channel, as simple as that, just to keep you updated and in the loop. Next slide. Oh yeah. We're in the era of generative AI. You've got tools like ChatGPT that helps you with content creation and idea generation. So you want to try something new, you basically bounce your ideas off, things like ChatGPT. Next slide. Of course, and as engineers, right, we are not left out. We are not left out of it. You've got AI-powered coding assistants, co-pilots, and then we have Cursor nowadays, right? AI-powered editor. Yeah, VS Code, but with AI. Yeah. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so this a not so clear meme. I think this from the movie called Troy, if I remember correctly. Right. Next slide. Yeah, so it's telling you that knowledge is right over there. Take it, claim it, it's yours. Next slide. Next slide. So community and peer learning, the importance of community can never be overemphasized. I feel like personally, I'm a product of community, right? Community had helped me, and it's still helping me, let me put it that way, right? Next slide. You join communities, that's very important. Gdg Ibadan is a community, right, that has other sub-communities. You should attend workshops and webinars. You could find mentors within the community just to guide you and put you on a particular learning track. I know like some months ago, Gdg Ibadan held this bi-weekly workshop for like 3 months. I did not see our faces there. So, I mean, you looking at me, I did not see you there. Though I was not there, but I still did not see you. Next slide. Yeah, you should integrate learning in your daily routine. Basically, make learning a habit. And how do you do that? Next slide. Time management strategies. I know we say 24 hours is not enough. If you can have 40 hours. By the time you sit down and look at what you do in 24 hours, you realize that perhaps you have wasted time and me TikToking or, I don't know, doing some other random thing. You should have proper time management strategies. You should have dedicated learning hours. If you are not the type that can say, that can randomly just learn, maybe read or go through materials, you can decide to have 2 hours a day or just 1 hour for learning something new. It could be as simple as going through Medium and reading articles. That's that. For those of you that did have short attention span, short and focused learning sessions, not prolonged one, make it short and brief. Get point A and point B, you move on, rinse and repeat. You could leverage AI tools for time management, things like AI scheduler and content trackers. Next slide. You should create a personalized learning plan. I see this as some kind of roadmap. Basically, I highlight where you are and where you are going. The point is, you should structure your learning journey. Next slide. And how do you do this? The very first thing is, you should be sincere with yourself. Assess your current skills. Don't lie to yourself that you are there when you are not, right? You should assess the current skills. You should set smart goals, like goals that are measurable and they are timely. Not goals like, I want to become a senior backend engineer in 6 months, right? That's not smart. Right? You should choose proper learning resources and you should track your progress, where I was, where I am, and where I'm going to. It's very important. Helps you keep sight of the big picture. Next slide. Yeah. So this is a quote from, I think it's Henry Ford, the founder of Ford. It says, anyone who stops learning is old, whether you are doing it at 20 or you are doing it at 80. And anyone who keeps learning stays young. I want to be young forever, so I keep learning. All right, so yeah, next slide. Yeah, so there's much to learn. We all have much to learn. Nobody knows it all. So study, you should. Next slide. Yeah, so that concludes my presentation. Thank you. Slides available at this URL, and you can scan the QR code. I remain myself, Samuel Abada. Thank you. It's just Q&A or anything. Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh, Q&A. All right, questions? If you don't ask me questions, I would ask you questions. If I have like 10, 15 questions. Oh, no questions. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, good morning. My name is Daniel. I really love the topic about grades.
Wait. Before you ask your question, say your name and what the Lord has done for you. Finish. My name is, this is my question.
Hallelujah. My name is Daniel Bertrand, and I came all the way from Oshobo for this program.
What is your question?
So, I like the topic on grades, but I want to ask, how do you balance continuous learning with missing out on opportunities? For example, you are learning, and maybe there is an opportunity that comes up for what you are learning, but you feel like, no, I really want to be good in this thing. Should I just focus on the process of learning, or maybe take up the idea of learn on the job? So how do you balance that mindset within you to keep you on track with your goals?
Thank you. I think I mentioned something earlier. To be sincere with yourself, you should assess your current skills, right? So the job says we need someone that can do A, B, and C, and you feel like you are learning. It's two things. It's either you are it or you are not it. There is no in between, right? Assess your current skills. If you believe that you can deliver on those items listed, right, you could, put in for the application or whatever, right? The point is, you will get through an interview process, and you will know if you are the guy you are looking for or not, right? And it's not a bad thing, right, to fail doing interviews. The point is, you get feedback, you know where you need to work on yourself, right? So, yeah. I think that's the end. No questions? Yeah, thank you so much.
Please put your hands together for our speaker. Please put your hands together for our speaker. Please put your hands together for our speaker. Amazing. And it's funny how that question is something I can particularly relate with. That question he asked. Because I've come to realize that people are not necessarily concerned if you are learning or not. They are concerned if you can deliver.
Yeah.
I remember during the lockdown, as at that time, I got my highest ever gig in terms of design. And what was the question? A friend of mine reached out to me. She's a designer, and she was like, Precious, can you design magazine with InDesign? Me, I've never opened that app before. I don't know what it looks like. I'm like, yes now. I mean, if I can use Photoshop, I can use this, I can use this, I can use CorelDRAW. What is in InDesign? I was like, yes. Client called me, we negotiated. I was like, big money. That night, YouTube, I finished all the free videos on InDesign. The next morning, I sent someone, I was like, wow, this is lovely. Yes, I'm an InDesigner, just like that. So I mean, I don't think people are necessarily concerned if you are learning, but can you deliver? Please put your hands together for our speaker once more. Continuous learning is important. We're going to be having a breakout session. Now, I want you to listen attentively. These breakout sessions are important because they will be happening simultaneously. A session will be happening upstairs, a session will be happening here, and a session will be happening upstairs. 3 sessions simultaneously. So what happens is, when we read out the name of the speaker and the sessions, you would pick the one that connects to you the most, or the one you are interested in. So if the one that connects to you is here, this is all Gemini. If the one that connects to you is in all Gemini, you stay here. The second hall up here is all
Gamma.
All Gamma. If the one that connects to you is in all Gamma, this is all Gamma, you stay here. And the third one is going to be happening here, all
Vertex.
Vertex. If the one that connects to you the most is in all Vertex, you go upstairs. It's very simple. We'll have volunteers stationed outside to direct you to the halls, right? Simple and sweet. Very simple and sweet. But before we do that, let's just do one more giveaway. Are you ready with the sound, DJ? Don't play it yet. Are you ready? Okay, media, help me project the username. So we give out one giveaway and we go for the breakout session. Now this is very simple. It's similar to the one we did earlier. You are just going to answer the question. So we'll play a sound and then you tell us in my chat box the show that has that theme music. Media, are we ready? Just project it and let's go. Media. Are you ready? If you don't have good network, on hotspot. Oh, okay, you borrow hotspot. 1, 2, when I say go, DJ, you play it. 1, 2, ready, go! Al final, sin ni contaré bien con qué pasó. Y esa señora bien me hace que el anterior. Y vuelves otra vez, como si comenzara a salir. ¿Quién te embrujó? ¿Quién te habilitó? Porque te alejó. El cuerpo del deseo es todo lo que quiero cuando yo me entrego. El cuerpo del deseo es todo mi deseo en busca del amor que tengo junto a ti. Y vuelves otra vez como si comenzaras a vivir. ¿Quién te embrujó? ¿Quién te adivinó? Porque te alejó de mí. Put your hands together for the DJ. Put your hands together for the DJ. Lovely. Thank you. Now, who knows the correct answer? Say it. Echo it. Second chance. Do you remember where you were when you were watching Second Chance? Bro. Someone said, when you are mine. Wrong. Someone said, don't mess with an angel. I will mess. Do your worst.
Someone said, money eyes.
Wow. The first correct answer, Second Chance, came in by John Blaze. I am John Paulo. Are you in the house? Finally, somebody woke from that house.
My blessings I take. Blessings I take. Plenty no big mouth.
Thank you, DJ. Our third winner for today, we have taken a screenshot of your name. Please, if you have been announced as a winner, don't go home. Don't go home. We'll give out all the prizes. Now, for the breakout sessions, we'll be reading out the topics, the halls, and the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so for the first breakouts, we're going to have 3 breakout rooms. One here, one there, and one there, as he has mentioned. So our first speaker for all Gemini is John Ajaybe. Am I correct? Yeah, John. Okay, John. Sorry if I murdered your name. So it's talking on Next.js plus Gemini AI, building a real-time news analysis and fact-checking engine here in all Gemini. Then all Gamma, we have Oluwale Adebi, leveraging Firebase for scalable, a smarter alternative to WebSockets. Is happening there. And the third person is all Vertex, Tumishe Oguni, serverless 101 with Google Cloud Functions.
Wait, that's serverless 101. It's bringing back memories when I was still using YouTube free. Do you know what happens to your business's data? BigQuery is Google. That was the reason I subscribed for YouTube Premium. That singular ad was the reason I subscribed for YouTube Premium. So ladies and gentlemen, once more, if you are interested in any of those topics, stay in the hall. Should we go again with the topics? Should we go again with the topics? Okay.
Okay. All Gemini, Next.js and Gemini AI, building
Wait,
a
wait, wait.
real-time
What's happening to the sound?
with the feedback. Okay. Can you hear me? Is it clear? Okay. So all Gemini, which is happening here, building a real-time news analysis and fact-checking engine happening here in this hall. All Gamma.
Wait. So we'll say it. She will say it. I'll say it. All Gemini here. John Ajayigbe. Next.js, Gemini AI. Building a real-time news analysis and fact-checking engine. That is happening here. All Gemini. The next one.
All Gamma. Oluwole Adebi, leveraging Firebase for scalable real-time applications, a smarter alternative to WebSockets.
Oluwole Adebi, leveraging Firebase for scalable real-time applications, a smarter alternative to WebSocket. That's Holgama. Where is Holgama?
Yeah.
Here.
So all Vertex happening there. Tumishe Oguni, serverless 101 with Google Cloud Functions.
All Vertex there. Tumishe Oguni, serverless 101 with Google Cloud Functions. So those are the 3 breakout sessions.
Yeah, we can move now.
Now, the volunteers will assist us to go up. Any of the ones you want to stay for, stay. Now, if you know you are like me and you don't even understand any of the 3 topics, just
be moving.
Just flow.
From here to there,
just flow.
just move.
Just
Enjoy.
pick anyone. Don't worry. It will connect to you one way or the other. So let's go, let's go, let's go. Can we have the volunteers? Can we have the volunteers? No, not these 2 topics, not these 2. Not those, but this one is there, yes.
Yeah.
This is in this hall. Yes, good, good, good.
My blessings I take out. My blessings I take
You will read. Remember.
My blessings I take out. My blessings I take out. It's plenty, no be mouth.
See you later. You can start moving, you can start moving.
I know the butter. God did it for me. And he will do it for you one way or another. I know they worry. Cause I know he got me. He done make me dance, break it dance. He done make me want to clap my hands. He done make me want to turn around. He done make me shout hallelujah. He done make me dance, break it dance. He done make me want to clap my hands. He done make me want to turn around and shout hallelujah as I get dance. My blessings I take out. It's plenty, no be out. No joju more I take out. My blessings I take out. You know she say I take bounce. It's plenty, no be out. And we know me don't see the money coming on a daily. You know what they crave? Them a loving JD. For the human power. The beg for Jara. No I had a gotta. He done make me dance, break it dance. He done make me want to clap my hands. He done make me want to turn around. He done make me shout hallelujah. He done make me dance, break it dance. He done make me want to clap my hands. He done make me want to turn around and shout hallelujah. As I get dance, my blessings I take out. My blessings I take out.
You know, I know you know. We don't keep passing, we don't keep malice. Yeah. We just gonna have some fun tonight. We are the happy people. We are the world. I did with you. Location, and location to me. I did with you. Location, and location to me. And I'm super. Do you know the truth? I'm not the only person, you are not the little. So you put the one for what talk, for follow, I am for I am. We are the happy people. We are the world. I did with you. Location. Send me location to me. I did with you. Location. Send me location to me.
Oh, if I ever hurt you, girl, I'm sorry. Oh, my baby, no go leave me for lose my Annabella say now only you dey call me, but I know say carry my money make me go faji. Baby, waiting so cold, touch my wicked point, make them throw me box, baby, I go take it so cold. If them make them talk, make them talk rumors, make them throw me box, baby, I go take it so cold. Baby, make you no do cow, you take anything where you want, I be talking. No money too long, you get back to. I know say you defeat me, so no good, they mess up. Girl, you the reason me want many they pay me. So many they pay me. Now pass where you want to go, baby. Look, girl, if you ever found my hand, that thing go change me. You say it go change me. If I go ever love you, now baby. Oh, if I ever hurt you, girl, I'm sorry. Oh, my baby, no go leave me for lose my Annabella, say now only you dey call. But I know that carry my money, make me go. Baby, waiting now. Hello, with everybody for you. Body just shake hello. What is up, hello? Hello, deliver like I get hello. Them say I get go solo. Them say I get go solo. To Fortuna, I go make you Jodada. Show you get the power. Sweetie passy,
Thank you so much. I want to assume that everybody still seated in this hall is here for this class, right? This breakout session, which is in all Gemini, Next.js plus Gemini AI, building a real-time news analysis and fact-checking engine by Gdg Ibadan. So if that is so that everybody here wants to have this session, please remain in the hall. But there are two other sessions happening up there, so you might be interested in those ones. So for the second breakout session happening here in Ogama, leveraging Firebase for scalable real-time application, a smarter alternative to WebSockets, which is happening here in Ogama. Very important. Then here, Vertex, Serverless 101 with Google Cloud Function is here. So if you are interested, please leave. If not, can we all just come closer? Just come closer so that we can start this breakout session. Please come closer so we start this breakout session. Please come closer, let's start this breakout session, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I'd like to reiterate that it's going to be very interactive in the sense that you're going to have the opportunity to ask questions and there'll be a lot of real-time application. Holgama, people should lock this your door. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'll be reading the bio of the very fine individual who would be taking this breakout session. He's a senior software engineer, a full stack developer who focuses on React, React Native, Node.js, Golang, and TypeScript ecosystems. Serving as a valuable engineer at Alt School Africa, and also contributing as a dedicated front-end engineering instructor at Beyond Theory. With a passion for both software development and education, John has made significant contribution to the tech industry and the growth of aspiring junior engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, join me as we make welcome the one and only John O. Ajaybe. DJ.
Thank you.
You have to close that. I've told them.
Hi, people of God. Good afternoon. I said good afternoon. So, please, I'd like us to have a one house. Like the host has said, this space is majorly for this workshop. And we have like 2 more halls for other workshops. So please, let's have a one house. And so again, my name is John Oluwaseyi Ajayigbe, and I'm a software engineer at Otsko Africa. And I do a little bit of community works, where I actually mentor folks at Dev Career and Beyond Theory. So, and as tagline for this year Devfest implies responsible AI. So, thought it wise to come up with something interesting. We're in the era of AI, and we all know information is pivotal. If you follow the just concluded US election, you will see how Elon Musk used his, Twitter to their advantage. Because I say that if not for Elon Musk, Donald Trump wouldn't have won that election. That's if you agree with me. So that's to tell you how pivotal information. And he literally bought Twitter for this election. So it's very important that we use this AI to build our advantage. And one thing I see that is trending in our country right now is, propaganda and fake information. This is a simple application, but of course, more features can be added. I will drop the GitHub link. It's open, and you can clone, fork, and tweak it. And I'm also going to show us how we can leverage on Gemini AI to build more awesome applications. So yeah. Okay, so the goal is to build a real-time news analysis and fact-checking web application. So this application is going to take a URL from you. Could be a CNN URL, BBC, Vanguard, Daily Trust, Punch, whatever. And then it will scrutinize it, right? And return, the analysis if the news is authentic. It will display the authenticity of the news and even show you the tips to what to look out for when surfing internet or looking for information. You don't just see something and believe it. Always double check. It's important. And then the 2 is to actually gain hands-on experience with Next.js and TypeScript and even the Gemini AI. I know web ecosystem is actually very broad. I mean, mobile guys are enjoying, at least. You see web now, Next.js is there, Svet is there, Solid is there. Even the boneless, they will soon resume boneless.js. But I tell people, you don't just join the army of developers to juxtapose technologies. Oh, this is better than this. Oh, React Native is better than Flutter. Oh, this and that. Rather, use something that is suitable for whatever you are building. If you are working in a startup, I had this encounter just a couple of days ago in a startup where the engineer was saying, let's use gRPC for this, Flutter for this, and then use gRPC to connect them. I said, guy, calm down. Being a software engineer doesn't necessarily mean, you just flex your muscle, it is actually to solve problems. And those problems are not just, see, the reason why we are seeing a lot of layoffs now is, whether you like it or not, there is economic holocaust worldwide. Companies are downsizing, right? And what free people could do before, there are tools now that you can use to achieve those free things. It started with technology in the banks, doing the paper and biro system gradually, and now AI is now causing waves everywhere. So one thing is to write codes, another thing is to help your company save money to minimizing the cost. So I told him, in this case, instead of using gRPC, using different technologies, there will be problem. It will not scale, because when it's time to make hires now, you now start looking for engineers for Python, engineer for this and that. Why don't you just build a structure now, stick to a technology? This Google you are talking about, they didn't start this way. As far back as when Google started, it was just like HTML page, but they grew to that level where they could use any technology. So then third one is to learn strategies for integrating AI in web application. Next slide. Okay, so the prerequisite, you at least should have a basic knowledge of JavaScript. Don't bother about TypeScript, actually, JavaScript is enough. TypeScript is just to add some sugar and Maggi when you are actually coding. Then, React and Next.js. Of course, if you have a basic knowledge of JavaScript, everything you'll be seeing in React is just JavaScript. It's just glorified JavaScript in React, And then Next.js, things that you will typically do yourself in maybe create React app or using fighters, mounting React router, declaring your pages. So Next.js is just there for you. Solves the issue of routing, and then image optimization, server-side rendering, caching, and so on and so forth. And we'll be using Next.js 14. Next.js 14, there's server-side rendering, and there's it's app router actually. So, and it's full stack. So the API is incorporated in the app directory. And then the tools will be using minimum of version 16, npm, and then code editor. I'm a fan of VS Code, but lately I discovered it's getting more heavier. The reason why we ran away from Visual Studio. So now VS Code is beginning to look more like Visual Studio now. So if you have any other, alternative, please let me know actually. So, and then finally, Gemini API key. Next slide. Please, are we together? Are we still together? And you can ask questions. You can just, raise your hand, be it during the session and even after, because we do not have that luxury of time. Yeah, doing CSS, Radix UI, Fetch API, Gemini API key. I'm going to demonstrate how you can generate that, a free version, actually. Next slide. So, I don't know if you can type now. So this is the link to the GitHub repository. It's open. Give it a star. You can clone and fork. Then I believe we are all with our systems, because this is supposed to be a workshop. Sorry, you are blocking someone. This is supposed to be a workshop. You should be with your system, And if you feel like maybe trying when you get home, you can snap. And then we install the dependencies by running npm install. You could use yarn. I fell in love lately with Bomb, because it's faster. And create your environment variables at the root directory, and then add the key, which is next public Gemini API key, and the value which we'll generate later. And then you are good to go. Next slide. Are we ready? So, shall we begin? Sorry, please, 2 minutes.
person, when no person, you know they keep person. You want no person, you know go first person. I know they sick, you won't give me medicine.
Okay, so we are up. Please confirm if you can see my screen. This is not a stand-up meeting, but please confirm if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay. So I'm just going to clone the repository afresh and then okay. Sorry. I can't see my current screen. Yeah. Okay. So here is the GitHub repository. Please just bear with us. I know it's not so, clear. But again, the repository is open. You can open it at your leisure, explore, and it's deployed actually. So let me start by cloning the repository. Maximize my terminal. And, sorry, I think there's a little bit delay in navigating through the screens. I don't know. On the screen. Sorry, please. Apologies. Sincere apologies for the break in transmission. We're having issues with our internet. That's why.
person where no person, you know they keep person. If you want no person, you know go first person. I know they sick, you won't give me medicine. I get money, you won't help me spend my money. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me, I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. I said just believe. I'll never do it like you do it. Just believe I'ma do it, do it. Yeah. Let me do it like I do it, how I do it. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, my mama.
Okay, so we are back. Sorry for the break in transmission. So where did we stop? Stop. Where did we stop? Sorry? No, there was at the point we stopped trying to clone the repository. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we've been able to clone the repository. So start by installing the npm package. npm packages by running npm what? npm remove. Okay. So we're installing our packages. So while that's done, so let us generate our API key. But before we'll do that, let's create our environment variable. Please don't mind me. I love using terminal. So, you know. Okay. We have created environment variables. So environment file. So here, because it is Next.js, and when you are using environment variables in Next.js, it has to have what prefix? Sorry? Next what? Next public. So that it will be available in your code base. Okay, so public underscore public. Public. Sorry, can I get wireless microphone? Next public underscore Gemini API key. So let us generate our API key. Go to AI Studio. Google AI Studio, because I've already created mine, so just want to show you guys how to do that. So go to aistudio.google.com and you can see generate API key here. What's wrong with our screen? This part is not showing. Okay, thank you. So if you are coming here for the first time, you click on Get API Key. But because I had already done that, so this is mine. I'm just going to, copy it. It's coming up, okay. So I'm just going to copy it here. just go to copy it here, and then go back to our VS Code, and then paste it here. Okay, sorry. Is it better? Thank you. Thanks for that. So we've created our API key here. Again, you go to aistudio.google.com, create your API key, and then you get the details here. You can always edit, you can delete, so on and so forth. So let us run our app, npm run dev. Abi? npm run dev, right? Okay. So let's quickly do a run through of the entire file structure. So the .next folder is what Next.js generates for you for the production build. You know, by default it will be there. You can always delete. You can always delete it, and if you want it back, just run npm run build. Okay. And this node modules is like, how many of you stay in Lagos? So this node modules is like Loma workshop, Jagbajantis, and we don't even know. We just have them there, but they have a lot to do with the dependencies you are using. 5 minutes, okay? You must be joking, So there you go. So the source folder, again, Next.js tells us that your app directory can be inside the source folder or outside, which is in the root directory. Am I right? Please, I stand to be corrected though. You can correct me. So I chose to put this app directory inside the source folder, and we have API, which serves as a directory for our backend, routes. And like I said, this is a full stack application. This is where the post request takes URL, and then based on the configuration, the Gemini set of prompt, it analyzes the whole thing and returns. So that's basically what you can see. The analyzed article, takes in URL. So let us look at this analyzed article. So this analyzed article is an helper function, and what is going on here? We have hatching, such that when you enter the same URL you've entered before, okay, it doesn't have to make that request again. Just displays the results to you. This helps performance, okay? And you see, if catch result, that means if we have the same data that we've searched before, then just return it. Else, this is our Gemini model, right? And this is like the brain box, the prompt. And with this, you can build any application with Gemini AI, right? You can see, just like you are using ChatGPT, asking ChatGPT to do something for you. For here, we are asking Gemini AI to say, okay, please analyze the news article at this URL, which is to be passed, right? And provide the following, a concise summary of the article, max 3 sentences. The number 2, you fact check the main claims in the article by providing a credibility score 0 to 100. It will give you a credibility. Okay, please don't distract me, please. So it will give you credibility score 0 to 100, 50. The higher the score, the more authentic the news is. Do you get it? Right, I'm going to, because the app is deployed, so you can always, then number 3, assess the credibility of the source 0 to 100, identify the language of the articles. It will tell you if the article is written in English, Hausa, Yoruba, German, so on and so forth. Determine the country of origin, right? And then we're also asking it to consider the global context, right? US, Spain, and use reliable international resources for fact-checking when applicable, okay? Ensure you scrutinize the source of the article. I'm taking my time here because this is the brain box of the application. Every other thing is just, formalities. And ensure you scrutinize the source of the article and its credibility, and then format the response. So we're also asking it, this is how we want you to structure the data, okay? Format the response as a JSON object. with the following structure, right? Summary should be string, fact check should be an object of source, which is a number, and details, which is an array of strings, and then you source credibility, which is a number, language string, and then country string. Then important, provide only JSON object, because AI can be crazy, right? You have to, one thing is to know how to use AI. Another thing is for you to actually know how to manipulate it. I know AI can generate anything, but when it generates that stuff, how do you tweak it to your own, advantage? Provide only JSON object in your response without any additional text formatting. Now, there are extra, utilities here, because when I was building this, there were some bugs, right, where it would just return a JSON, and that JSON, there could be like full stop, semicolon, the help to break, even locally or in production. So I use like a simple regex, right, to remove any markdown code, asterisk and all that. And then another regex to ensure the text starts with curly braces and also ends with curly braces, because we are expecting JSON format, no more, no less. And then it pass, the result. And then we're also validating the response that if the summary is not there, or if the fact check is not there, because we're expecting this full data. If you are going to fact check something for us, return the full data, else just throw error. Just tell us, I have no idea, okay? And then if the summary is not there, fact check is not there, source credibility, language, country, just more defining error message, okay? And then catch it. Catch the response. Don't forget, we are catching such that when you enter one URL now and you're trying to enter it again, it will display the same result it displayed to you in the first place. So we are catching it upon successful, request, and then it returns the past result, and anything aside that, catch the error for us. That's just like, every other thing here, this is the function that does the catching for us, and the validity is 24 hours. After the 24 hours, it clears the cache, okay? And, setting cache and then get from cache, you set her and get that function. So, Gemini, yeah. And then this one is Tailwind function to merge class names. I'm not a fan of Tailwind CSS, but it's a necessary evil. It helps to build something very fast, Yeah, these are types declaration, because it's a TypeScript. I said all these ones, if you are not familiar with TypeScript, this is a good time to just take a look. It's simple at the beginning, but when you are getting to the, object-oriented side, it can be, but it's important that you pick it up now, because virtually all the companies are now leveraging on TypeScript as, an advantage to, JavaScript. And then this is a custom hooks, for making the request, right? URL, you get URL, then the result, the loading when you are making the request, and this is the handle submit when you click on the form button, and it returns, the URL error and all that. And these are the components for UI. We have the alert. Please don't mind all these plenty class names. Like I told you, please. I don't like Tailwind, but these are Tailwind magics that it takes us back to the era of Bootstrap. And these are variants, because this is for the alert, this component is for the alert, and this is our button component, and this is our card component. This is what we call verify. I read recently that we should do away with verify, but web ecosystem is very broad. It's good to follow trend, but at the same time, don't get carried away with it. Do something that works for you, honestly. Your customer do not care about, we use Flutter, we use React Native. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If you like, use the old technology in this world. So that's just it. So this verify, I used it, and the input component, the progress component, and we have the loading spinner, and then the components for the news analyzer. So let me just quickly, to wrap up, demo the live URL to us. Where is it? Okay, so this is the live URL. By default, you get the tips for identifying source credibility and reputation. It's very important. Sorry, let me just quickly wrap up. You look for unusual URLs or site names. Even as developers, you must be very careful these days, right? Don't just open any link like that. Cybersecurity. I was hoping we'll get like some sessions on cybersecurity, right? And then pay attention to quality and formatting. Okay, check the author's credentials. Always Google the credentials of the author, whatever news, Nigeria, abroad, anywhere. And then beware of sensational or clickbait headlines. And then cross-referencing. Let me just like use a CNN URL. I love politics, so I'm just going to like use okay, where is Trump? Okay, yep. The app is still loading, but let's see if we get something, right? Yeah, the app is still loading. The internet is also strong. So the repository is on the slide. The slide will be shared after the event. But again, after this, they are going to display the link to the GitHub repository. And okay, yeah. Invalid API key. Okay, let's see. Did we save? Okay. Localhost 3000. I'm trying to serve it locally now. Sorry, I'm rounding up. So this is the localhost. So let's see. It's analyzing. Okay. You see, failed to pass the analysis result. Let's try again. Okay. So we get a summary for this, article, and you see the summary. Thank you. So you see, fact check, the credibility score is 85%, which is, fair enough. And then also the source credibility, because it is CNN, you can try any random link, which is 90, the country, United States, and the language, English. Thank you. If you have any questions for me, I don't know if there's time for that.
Thank you. Can we please put our agenda for our speaker? Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. So, when next your mommy sends you all those WhatsApp link that share to 7 people, they saw one scorpion that gave back to lion, send them this link, let them fact check by themselves. Now we'll be moving to the second session, second breakout session, and again, they are happening simultaneously. So if you are here, this is Hall Gemini, right? And in all Gemini, we are going to be having Rebecca Saka, exploring that beyond Flutter, building CLI applications and best practices. That's what's happening here by Rebecca Saka. Once more, exploring that beyond Flutter, building CLI applications and best practices. Or Vertex, Mustafa Adekunle, Vertex AI, embedding API, vector search, grounding LLMs made easy. LLMs made easy. That's for all Vertex. And finally for all Gamma, Umpozi Marcel, leveraging Firebase machine learning for early detection and diagnosis in mobile healthcare apps. Umpozi Marcel, leveraging Firebase machine learning for early detection and diagnosis in mobile healthcare apps. So if you are seated here, that means you are going to be here for Rebecca Saka's session, which is exploring that beyond Flutter, building CLI applications and best practices. Let's move. Let's move. If you are here, that means you want to stay for that session by Rebecca Saka. If not, locate the hall you are interested in.
You ain't no person, you know they keep person. If you want no person, you no go first person. Yo. I know they sick, you won't give me medicine. I get money, oh, you won't help me spend my money. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. I love you, oh yeah. I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. I said just believe.
Thank you so much. DJ, take it down. So once more, can we get closer? Some people have left to go to another hall. So if you are here and you are here for the Rebecca Saka session, which is the session on exploring that beyond Flutter, building CLI applications and best practices, please come a little closer. Please come closer. Please come closer. Please come closer. Please come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Thank you so much. If you are here for that session, come closer. Come closer. We'll be starting that session shortly.
Recently me looking, see you notify. Man who send nobody, I can live my life. If you're not talking money, no go call my line. Man just one day happy, man one day alright.
Now I'll be reading the bio of our speaker. Please, can we restrict movement? I need help with volunteers. Can we restrict movement, please? If you are here for this session, please come forward. Don't let there be an empty space in front of you. The facilitator for this session is a passionate Flutter developer with an unwavering passion for everything Flutter related. Sharp. Okay. With over 3 years of hands-on experience, previously specializing in native Android development, she has honed her skills and become a part of the Flutter community. Our enthusiasm for Flutter extends beyond the code. She is dedicated to fostering inclusivity and empowering in the tech industry. As one of the co-founders of Girls Can Code, Flutter actively champions women in tech, creating a supportive community and mentoring and collaboration. Our commitment to diversity inclusion is evident not only in our advocacy, but also in our engaging speaking engagement. Rebecca's talks delve into the exciting possibilities of Flutter, where she shares inside tips and the latest developments in the framework, whether discussing innovative Flutter projects or unraveling the intricacies of app development. Rebecca's presentations are both informative and infused with genuine love for Flutter. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, join me as we welcome to this side of the hall, Rebecca Saka.
Maloney Titi, Giuseppe's are nothing. In a Maserati, hey baby easy. Fine boy like you easy. You won't kiss somebody, but lose sweet melody. Lucky you, Molo Timo Feno. Me, I just want to be Me, I just want to be Me, I just want to be
Holy Father, I'm screaming, my Lady Gaga. She got me in my feelings. I'll be Adam. For this garden of Eden. Holy Father, my Holy Father. Leave keys.
More music from NigerPopstar.com.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. I got cheese in the toe. See many people there outside where they feed man's go. And me a stand the defender like Joseph Yo. That girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, girl is satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see drink cool, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. I broke my business. I shall know you go buy. I get money back.
NigerPopstar.com.
Shady guys, all I'm here to just say. Ojo kasi ojo, ani mo ti reta lodo. Say you are, emi na do. Ojo kada mane fami, together forever. We are kaja share forever, together forever. We are kaja daddy and mom, together forever. We are make you do together forever. Are you coming last song? Are you coming to be your body to talk? Are you coming low, baby? Well, let me call let me. Pardon me, Lana, go refresh. Say, Tata, go show me your father game. I will make you honor forever. I don't go feel like you go never. I don't go feel when this fire, ever. You are, baby, na do. Ojo, kasu, ojo. I need to see red jalo. Say, you are. Baby, na do. Ojo, kasu, ojo.
You is my only bad habit. I'ma do what she like. Shamadora. Kinshati ruju. Take the pain all away. I'ma do what she like. Shamadora. Follow. Look me in my eye, so you don't miss me tonight. Baby, my love, fellow me. This love will do me. I might break your eyes. I might need you tonight. Oh, that you me. Now my mission tonight. Namalio, 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 I never want to be honest with you. I'm still in love with you. Oh no. Cause everybody come and go one day, follow. Look me in my eyes, so you don't miss me.
Hi. Okay. Hi guys. My name is Rebecca Saka, and I'm talking about building CLI applications. Next slide. Next slide. All right, a little bit about me. I'm a mobile engineer and I have 6 years of experience building mobile applications. I started with native Android before switching to Flutter, and I fell in love with Flutter ever since and I love talking about mobile applications and especially with Flutter and that. And I run and co-organize different Flutter-based communities. So, next slide. This is the agenda. Basically talk about that beyond Flutter, exploring that for CLI applications, and building your first CLI app. So I'm going to walk you through building an actual CLI app here. Next slide. So that's beyond Flutter. And many of us have heard about that before. So, okay. How about Flutter? Okay. So how many of us know that we can use, how many of us know what CLI applications are? Okay. So let me just explain quickly what CLI application is. CLI stands for Command Line Interface, and the general example, how many of us have used GitHub before? Like you've committed to GitHub, right? So you know when you open your terminal and you do git commit or git push, that is you interacting with a CLI application. So my next question would now be, how many of us know that you can use that to build something like that? Nobody. Wow. Well, thank you for attending my session. Next slide. Well, that is a versatile programming language. It's mostly associated with Flutter. However, you can also use it to build other things apart from Flutter. Next slide. A lot of people have used that to build backend frameworks and CLI applications. And these are like different examples. Farrell Serverpod, that's for very good CLI, and Flutter Genesis CLI, which is built by me. Shameless plug. Next slide. Okay. Let's explore the CLI basics. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, awesome. So when you create a CLI application, these are like the things you basically need to get familiar with. I'm going to switch over to my laptop because I created like a more intense walkthrough. Can you switch? Okay, let me just zoom in so you can see it well. Can this thing get bigger? Huh? Yeah, never mind. So these are the things I showed in the slide earlier. So when you create a new CLI application, this you want to go back? I mean, the first thing to do is to create your CLI application, but let's skip that for now. These are like features that come with your CLI application, and that is adding options. So option is when you are interacting with your terminal and it requires you to like pass a value. So it takes a value from the user, and well, you can use it for anything. I already created a project here because I didn't want to live code. Code can fuck you up sometimes. So I'm going to do an example of using options. So say I want to, so out of the box, when you create a CLI application with that, it comes with this package called Ag Parser. So the Ag Parser is what gives you like these options. And if we want to use add option, we can just say, let me add it here. So add parser and then add option. Let's say Ibadan. And then, so comes with different arguments. For example, if I want to use this option in my CLI and I don't want to type Ibadan fully, I can just put I, and I can put, well, like helper text. I will show you what this helper text do in a minute. So I can then run my application and say bin test to hold this mic and type. And then I can do Ibadan. Yeah. So in my main, for people that are familiar with that, your main entry point for that, all that application is your main method. So in my main method, I also use the Ag Parser to listen to what the users are passing in my CLI application. So since I want to listen for Ibadan, I just ask my Ag Parser to look for where there is Ibadan and then print let's say your text is, and then when I run this, right, it prints your text is hello. This error is from these other ones, but yeah, that's basically it. You will see the usage of all these things when we build our application. Let me just run through because I have limited time. Another one is add flag. For people that are familiar with Flutter, when you want to run your application sometimes, you can also like enable verbose mode to give you like more detailed login. And that is like an example of what a flag does. It's just like a true or false switch. So an example is already here, and that is verbose. And this is how you add it, add flag, abbreviation V. Use the abbreviations, you can just do this. For Ibadan now, we can just do hi, and then do hello. So it saves me the stress of typing Ibadan in full. Right, and then if you want to do verbose, is similar. You can just do, sorry. Verbose. Okay, let me comment this out. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so it prints out like detailed login. And also the for Flutter developers here, sorry, I'm using Flutter. For Flutter developers here, sometimes you do Flutter Doctor, right? When you do Flutter Doctor, it gives you like detailed information about your current Flutter state, right? it comes out of the box with this ArcParser package. So you can request for it to help you if you don't know the command to run. Yeah, this is it. So it just prints out all the available options and how you can, their arguments and the full name of the command. Let's go back. Let me run through every other thing. You can also add multiple options. Example, if you want to like send a tag, like tag Flutter, tag that. The next one is adding a separator. This just beautifies your command line, doesn't do much. And adding commands. So you see when I was doing this and everywhere is, everywhere is just scattered. That is what commands do for you. Commands help you, let me come here. Commands help you organize your code into classes. So your code is not everywhere. So it helps you modularize your code. Let me switch to us building something awesome. So since this is, we are talking about responsible AI, I already like set up an AI service that just helps us write an interactive story based on the category we pass to our command line. So I'm going to show you how to build it. We are going to start afresh, but I'm going to use my own command. So AI IB command that. So this is a command class, and I'm creating it new. So it imports this command runner, and I have to like define a name. I'm just going to copy from here. So you have to give your command class a name and a description of what it does. And then you have to put your run class. This is basically what executes your command. So let's get started. Before my CLI can pick this here in my entry file and put, it's difficult to type, so I'm just gonna copy. Okay. Right, so this command class, I need to import it here as well, and then import command IB. Oh, what's the name? Oh, command Ibadan. Since I have 5 minutes, I'll just walk you through what I have here. So my ArcParser, I added the option that, hey, CLI, I need to collect the category from the user. So when you get the category, generate a story and then ask the user to provide a response. So let me walk you through the service class as well. This is not an AI class, but let me just quickly walk you through it. So before you can use this, you need to get your Gemini API key from Maker Suite. So when you get it, you have to put in your API key here. Without it, it would not work. And then create your prompt. So I used a chat session because I want it to be interactive. So based on the response the user gives me, I continue based on that. So this is basically my my AI service. So now going back to my AI command, I tell my Gemini, my CLI app to start a story. And basically what it does is it listens for the category that the user has passed and then generate a story from the category. I wanted to walk you guys through this. So apart from the arc parser, there are so many other packages that helps you build CLI applications interactively. One is Interact. It just basically helps you, like for example, you want to collect options. It makes it easier and more user-friendly. So I use components in this place. I just made it reusable, and I also added a spinner. You see the work of the spinner now. So let's try to generate one. I can't rewrite it, so I'm going to come here and just copy this AI command, come back here and switch this to AI command and import this. All right. So I tell my AI to generate, because the name of my AI command is generate. So that's the next thing I have to pass, generate, and then put C. So I can say I want a sci-fi story. And then once I call this, it sends a request to Gemini, which is what the start story does. It shows a loader, sends a request to Gemini, that responds. It shows an option to the user, and the user has to respond. Once it has the response, the AI will continue the story, and it goes on and on until you exit. So let's try it. So as you can see, sending request to Gemini, and that's what the spinner does. So there's another package that is called Tint, which is this. It just helps you also like beautify your CLI responses. So for example, in this my AI service, I already told it that once you get a response, underline it and make it green. So if I want, I can make it red, right? And cancel this out. It's taking longer than usual. Well, while that is loading, I think the internet has gone out. Tech team. It's back. So it generated a story for me. It asks, oh, so what do you do? I don't have the time to read this, but if you say I exit the room, it sends your request back to Gemini, and Gemini continues the story from there. But either ways, this README file on how to build this AI-enabled CLI app. So if you want it, I'm also going to like add it to my slide that they're going to send out. And go to slide 13. Slide 13. Next one. All right, so apart from the interact and the things that I just showed you how it works, there are also like other ones, CLI util and Mason logger. They just helps your CLI application building process to be easy. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier that I built a CLI app called Flutter Genesis. Basically what it does is it helps you streamline the application building process in Flutter. So as a Flutter engineer, I start like multiple Flutter projects and I have to like create flavors, set up Firebase projects and all that. It's just repetitive. So what this CLI application does for you is to automatically create everything from the CLI. So you just need to pass your project name. If you are using flavors, you pass probably your package name if you want to use different package names. And you can also pass your app icon. So it helps you like set your app icon. And it also like creates your Firebase projects for you. All from the CLI app. Can you switch to the next slide? So for Flutter developers and DAX developers here, if you want to contribute, there are a lot of things to be done, right? If you want to contribute, please scan the QR code and it's available on GitHub and create. Yeah, so thank you. You can follow me on Twitter or LinkedIn, or you can go to the link tree and you can find the link to the CLI application there as well. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, are you open to taking questions?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have questions, signify, we'll just pick a few. Just pick a few. One. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, so we have one question. Where are you? Sorry. Thank you.
Does that mean you can use it to create like backend applications, REST APIs and things like that? Okay.
Yeah, answer it.
Yes, you can. So I showed a couple of applications, like server pod is, as the name, a server application. You can, I gave a talk earlier, I think last year, showcasing like building a socket application with that only. So there's so many things you can use that for, not just limited to Flutter.
Okay, lovely, lovely. Do we have any final? Oh, final. Final.
Me, I just want to ask, if I want to learn further, how can I go about it? If I want to learn further, how can I go about it?
So there are several tutorials online. The one we used to recommend is Angela Yu, is on Coursera, but I'm not sure if it has been updated. But if you go on Coursera, there are good topics, good instructors that will teach you Flutter there. But if you can check out Angela Yu, she's very good, and it also gives you like example applications that you can build while learning. So check it out.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of this session. Can we please give our speaker a resounding applause? Can we please give our speaker a resounding applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. DJ, take it down, take it down, take it down. Now we are going for the third breakout session. I'll be announcing the halls, so you have to listen carefully and go for the session that is most applicable to you. So next we are having another breakout session. Here in All Gemini, we're having Awoson Oyin Consola, and she would be taking accessible documentation, a win for all. Awoson Oyin Consola, accessible documentation, a win for all. All Vertex, which is the hall here, we're going to be having Uchenna Nnamadim, who will be taking QA's role in startup, moving fast without breaking things. That's happening there. And finally, in Ogama, we're having Dara in Ogama. We're having Dara Shobaloju in Ogama, bridging design and development using LLMs to facilitate cross-functional collaboration. So that class is specifically, if you know you are a designer, you are interested in design, you should find yourself in that class. So once more, if you are not interested in the class happening this hall, you can leave. Here in Hall Gamma, we have Dara Sobaloju, bridging design and development using LLMs to facilitate cross-functional collaboration. Vertex, Uchenna Nnamadim, QA's role in startup, moving fast without breaking things. And finally, here in All Gemini, Awoson Oyin Consola, accessible documentation, a win for all. Now you can decide. Please, let's move fast, let's move fast. The next session starts now, let's move fast. Now I'll be reading out the bio of the next speaker who will be facilitating this breakout session, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be welcoming the next speaker for this breakout session. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, DJ. The speaker who will be coming up next is a skilled technical writer with extensive experience in the fintech industry. Alongside technical writing, she has a background in machine learning and DevOps engineering. She is deeply committed to accessibility, particularly in documentation, which she views as a product in its own right, vital for ensuring inclusive and user-friendly experience. In addition to her technical experience, Oyin Consola has a keen interest in natural language processing research, especially in African languages, and has contributed to several projects in this field. She is also a dedicated advocate for diversity and inclusion in tech, serving as a women tech maker ambassador, where she supports and empowers women in technology. You can find her actively engaging in community work, volunteering, reading, traveling, or watching Friends for the 100th time. By the way, How I Met Your Mother is better than Friends. With a resounding applause, join me as welcome to this side of the hall, Oyin Consola Awoson. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together.
Hi everyone. Hello everyone. Okay, so my name is Oyin Consola Awoson. Next slide, please. So we can go to the Meet Me slide, Meet Me page. All right. So here, I am a lot of things. You know, I almost put Bogbonishe Enterprises there, but I was like, you know, let me keep it cool. All right. So first off, I'm a technical writer, and as you can imagine, that's one of the reasons why I am here talking about documentation today. Beyond that, I'm a WTM ambassador, NLP researcher, product manager, and an avid reader. I sincerely believe that African writers or authors are the best on the earth. All right? And lastly, I am her. Where Emma said, HIM, I'm the nigga, I am the nigga, because the things I've been through the past few weeks made me realize that I am really her. All right, next slide, please. So that's just a brief intro to me. And today I'm going to be talking about documentation. All right, so how many of us have gotten something, maybe a TV, a washing machine, even a mobile phone, and it has a guide in it? How many of us? Can I see your hands up? Right, so you've gotten something and, you know, there was something to tell you how to use it. Well, me, I don't usually read it, right? But recently, I bought a device at home and I needed to do something with it. I couldn't figure it out, right? It stressed me for a while, and then I had to go back to the user manual to read it in order to know how to, you know, use my device to do what I wanted to do. All right? So now, I'm going to be talking about documentation. Now, documentation obviously comes in different forms, shapes, sizes. And that's why today we're going to be talking about accessible documentation. Because it's not enough for documentation to exist. It also has to be accessible. For example, I mentioned that, you know, I had to go back to the user manual of my device. If the information I wanted in it was not accessible, that would be a problem, because that means I would probably have to like go online or something, right? But it was accessible, and that's why I was able to read it and then do what I wanted to do. So now, for everybody in the house, I believe we are doing one thing or the other in the tech space. So my question is very simple. Do you build for yourself or for others? Do you build for yourself or for users? If the answer to this is that you're not building for yourself, that you're building for people, then that means documentation should be important to you. Did we get that? If the answer to this is that you're building, whatever you're building, whether you're a designer, whether you're a software engineer, if the answer to this is that you're building for people, then documentation should be important to you. Now, I typically say something. I say that nobody knows how to use a device better than the people who built it. Are we following me? For example, every now and then we hear of new features you can do with your phone. And you're like, oh, I didn't even know I could do that. Well, guess what? The people who built it, people who put in that feature, they've known even before you knew. Do you get that? So nobody knows the full functionalities of your product like you do. Therefore, nobody's in a better position to document your product like you. All right, next slide, please. Right, so have you ever seen a product or a service you really liked, but you didn't know how to use it because there was no proper documentation explaining how it works? Okay, I can say a few yeses. For me, I did. As someone who has experience in cloud engineering, I had a lot of times where I needed to, install something, update something, run Docker, just so many things, because cloud engineering is a lot. And I found myself always going back to the documentation that these various services provided. And let me tell you, a lot of documentations are terrible. I mean, the products themselves, great, right? But the documentation, terrible, complex, inaccessible, for short. All right? Please, next slide. So now, what is accessible documentation? Next slide, please. Now, first off, I've already explained what documentation is one way or the other, and I mentioned that there are different forms of documentation. Obviously, we are going to be talking about documentation mostly in the tech space. And by documentation, I mean product documentation, API documentation, anything that is a product that requires you to, write something in order to enable your end users use it is a form of documentation. All right? So now, accessible documentation is documentation that supports developers, engineers, and end users by providing clarity, usability, and inclusivity. I'll take that again. Accessible documentation is documentation that supports engineers, developers, and end users by providing clarity, usability, and inclusivity. Now, there is no point, whatever you are building, if your documentation cannot be accessible, your product is as good as dead. I repeat, if your documentation is terrible or is not accessible, your product is not useful in the grand scheme of things, particularly when you are building complex products. All right? So now, why do we need accessibility? First off, accessibility empowers developers and engineers with clarity. I mentioned I had to I was unable to get what I needed. So imagine if the documentation was precise, was accessible, and it had the information that I needed. I would not be talking about accessibility today. My frustration then is what birthed this, right? So now, number two, accessibility supports end users with troubleshooting and successful product usage. The same way I said that I had a device at home and I needed to go back to the user guide in order to be able to understand how to use it better. Next slide, please. So now, it doesn't matter in tech? Why does it matter to you? Why should it matter to me? Whether you are a developer, whether you run a business, whether you are an individual, whatever it is you are, accessible documentation should matter. Accessible documentation accelerates onboarding and integration. I'm sure there are tons of developers here, and a lot of times you do not need to build from scratch, right? There are services you can just plug into. There are services you can integrate with. If their documentation is not clear, if it's not precise, if it's not accessible to you, then you are going to encounter difficulty. So for developers, the first thing is it accelerates onboarding and integration. And the second thing is it provides clear, actionable content for building solutions. Right? So in this context, okay, before I go into that, let me cover all the reasons why accessible documentation matters. Next slide, please. All right, for end users, these are people that are probably not technical. They're people that are going to use, right? For them, it is important because it assists them. So a very high percentage of the people in the world are actually disabled. Now, disability is not just in not being able to walk or not being able to talk. If you use glasses here, I'm sorry, you're visually disabled. All right. Now, it's not bad in itself. It's not bad in itself. It's not bad at all. It's not fault of yours. But we need to create a world where you are also taken into account. Right? Similarly, we need to create a world where people who cannot see at all are taken into account. Are we following? Are we following? So right now, so for people who have different forms of disabilities, right? Then secondly, it reduces reliance on technical support for troubleshooting. How many of us have had situations where something is wrong, maybe MTN is not behaving well, and then you have to call them. You call maybe 180. I don't know if they still function. You call 180 to complain, and then for like minutes, maybe hours, you are waiting for somebody to pick your call because you don't want to talk to the machine. Have you been there before? Have you been there before? Now, accessible documentation will help reduce that, in a product setting. Next slide, please. For companies, right, accessible documentation is very important for companies, and I'm going to explain why. As a company, as a product owner, whatever it is you are building, whether big or small, if your documentation is not accessible, like I mentioned before, that means your product is not accessible, and that means you are leaving money on the table. Whatever field you are in, you have competitors. You have people who are doing the same thing that you're doing. If your documentation cannot be accessed, if your product cannot be accessed, they are going to go somewhere else. Right? I will go to somewhere else where I can easily understand what they are saying, easily follow what they are saying, and probably easily integrate with their products. So for companies, the first thing is it expands audience reach, meaning that companies are able to reach a wider audience. They're able to reach as many people as possible, basically, with their products. Number two, which is not here, is that you make more money. I mean, the sole purpose of every company, as far as I'm concerned, whether you're a startup, whether you're a unicorn, whatever it is you are, you're still trying to make more money, right? And accessible documentation will definitely give you that, especially if you have competitors in the same industry. Now, lastly, it enhances brand reputation for inclusivity and reduces legal risks. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, here. So good and accessible documentation directly results in less pressure for the customer support team, right? Because nobody has to send them an email every time. For example, in banks, their customer support team will always have pressure, right? And you are not aiming to have that kind of pressure for your team. You're not aiming to go through that kind of pressure. So what that means is you need to have accessible documentation such that people do not always have to send a mail, call, or even use nepotism. Find somebody within your company to reach out to because they have one issue or the other. All right? So next slide, please. So we're going to be going into why accessible documentation is a win for all. Whether you're a user, whether you're a business, whether you are a developer, no matter who you are, where you are, what you do, you read some sort of documentation at least probably every week. So far you're learning about something new, right? So why is this a win for everyone? We all read documentation. It doesn't matter what part of the sphere you're in, right? It doesn't matter how to read documentation at one point or the other. Therefore, accessible documentation should matter to you. All right? So I just listed this out here, but I've already covered that before. So next slide, please. All right, so what are the key principles of accessible documentation? I'm going to go ahead and say that accessible documentation starts from the design phase. Accessible documentation starts from the design phase. If you're a designer or you're not designing with accessibility in mind, you're wrong. You are really, really streamlining the number or the amount of people that your design can be useful to, that your design can help. So when I say it starts from the design, it's because whatever is designed is what is eventually built, right? So yeah, so from UI UX, we need responsive layouts, right? We need keyboard navigations for users that are relying on, non-mouse inputs. We also need intuitive menus and breadcrumb navigation for easy access to sections. Another part of accessibility is fonts. Fonts. I joined a company one time and I went through documentation. It wasn't bad in itself, But every time I open the website, I had to squint to read what is there. I do not use glasses. So I began to imagine how terrible it must have been for people who make use of glasses. If I am squinting to read your documentation, how much more, people who are visually impaired. So yeah, so fonts and visuals, very important, because you need your font size to be big enough for people to read without having to, squint or have to take closer look, right? High contrast between text and background. When we say high contrast, for example, the background of this screen is white, right? Whitish. If my text was written with cream color, you would not see it clearly, right? The reason you're seeing it clearly is because it's black, so that's the best contrast, right? So good. So, I imagine that companies use different colors, right, based on brand colors and whatnot. However, it's important to maintain high contrast between text and background, particularly for people who may have disabilities that have to do with colors, right? You do not want them to be seeing blank pages where you actually have something. For example, your background is black, and then your writing is in dark blue. So people will not be able to see that, all right? Then avoid using color alone to convey meanings. That's where we have things like patterns. We have things like labels. For people that put APIs, for documentation purposes, we can use colors to differentiate all of this. All right. We have for navigation, speak to their phones. Are we aware that some people speak to their phones and not able to use the internet? So people's phones read out to them, not for them to be able to use the internet. So navigation is a very big part of this, and we need table of contents, headers, links, footers, basically the whole works, right? And also there needs to be a search functionality. Personally, one of my favorite things about documentation, good documentation that is being able to search, right? Just go through and search, and you find exactly what you're looking for. I find that is one of my favorite features that has been implemented in a couple of companies I've worked at. And lastly, include skip to content link for screen reader users. And I mentioned earlier that some people, their phones talk to them, they talk to their phones in order for them to be able to use the internet. You're able to read, and that's wonderful. Some people, it's not exactly the same. So how do we build a world? How do we build products that, include these people, that's accessible enough for these people? All right, next slide, please. Now, language and readability is another principle. For example, has anybody seen a text that is written in Old English? Like a text, maybe in a movie, maybe written in Old English. Great, I can see a couple of hands. My dear, even with a linguistics degree, I know you understand what they are saying, right? So when you're working with documentation, you want to make sure that what you're saying, your use of words, is as simple as possible. You do not know who and who. If someone that did not go to school comes to your documentation, will they understand what you're trying to say? Right? Can they follow along? There's no need to use bogus words. There's no need for big words. Purpose of documentation is to carry people along, to teach people basically, but I do not know how to use it. And the best way you can teach me is to teach me in clear and simple terms. So language is a very important part of accessibility. Lastly, we have ease of use and accessibility features. And that's something that I think Italian websites do very well. Almost anything you want, next thing, download as PDF. Download as PDF. Download as PDF. So this makes it easier for people who probably have to, use screen readers and whatnot. All right, next slide, please. Challenges in building accessible documentations. Number one is balancing technical depth and accessibility. So the problem is that engineers want to build. You want to build, and that's fine, that's beautiful, right? But are you able to build and pass along the knowledge that you have effectively to your end users? Because you have to be able to balance your technical know-how and the ability to pass along the message. So for a lot of people, this is a problem. Secondly is resistance due to perceived extra effort or time constraints, and even in some cases resources. Right, because I've seen companies that have gone ahead to hire an accessibility advocate just to make their documentation better, to make it more inclusive, to make it more accessible to as many people as possible. So that's that. Next slide, please. All right, so I have a couple of myths and a couple of facts here. Number one on the myth is accessibility is only for end users. Number two is accessibility slows down the process. Well, the facts actually are that developers also rely on accessible documentation. As what I said earlier, that as far as you're building something, as far as you are integrating into products, into services, as far as you're going to make use of APIs and whatnot, you are going to use documentation. I've heard it a lot that documentation is a thankless job. I've heard even developers go ahead and say they cannot work on documentation because they also rely on documentation. So if it's such a thankless job, if it's such a job that nobody is or should be interested in, even developers would run into problems that they will not be able to solve. All right. Now the second fact is accessibility saves time by reducing confusion and support tickets. For me personally, as a technical writer, one way I like to measure my impact in a company is to know the percent, right, of support tickets. Since I've joined, right, has it come down by how many percent? Right? Are people now able to go to the documentation and take actions from A to Z without having to contact support? Right? Are they able to do things without having to, send an email, call somebody, anything? So yes, it saves time. The time that customer support will use to reply them, we will use to do something more meaningful. Am I correct? Am I correct? Next slide, please. Right. Great tech isn't just built for everyone. It is built so that everyone can understand and use it. I'll go again. Great tech, in this context, it could be products, it could be services, it could be whatnot, isn't just built for everyone. It is built so that everyone can understand and use it. So that means that if your product is great, if people cannot use it, it is not great enough. It is not good enough. And that is where documentation comes in, and accessible documentation in particular. Next slide, please. All right, so yes, we're going to quickly go through some success stories in accessible documentation. A couple of these companies are some of my favorite documentations to go through. They have and we're going to go first. The first one is GitHub. GitHub's API documentation is great. It offers you the search. You're able to find things with ease. You want to integrate with GitHub. You want to do this. You want to do that. You want to, whatever it is, you want to be able to, what's the word? Implement authorization with GitHub. The documentation is your go-to. I dare say that you can go through the documentation and not have to, do extra search because everything that you need is there. Next slide, please. The second company that is good at documentation is also Microsoft. Next slide, please. Stripe, yes. Stripe is a very great company at documentation. Has anybody ever gone through the Stripe documentation before? Right, you have. Yes. The documentation is very good. It's a standard. It's an industry standard at this point. Right? Another company is, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Paystack, yes. Paystack's documentation is also top notch. You can search whatever you want. What else can you do? You can do a lot too. But basically, it takes you from point A to point B. There are user stories, there are use cases. You want to build these. You can find, A to Z of doing that on the Paystack documentation. Next slide, please. Oh yes, this is HashiCorp. I'm not sure a lot of us are familiar with them. HashiCorp. HashiCorp is the company behind products like Terraform, I believe, and a couple of others. HashiCorp's documentation generally is very great in the sense that we all know how intense cloud products, cloud tools can be. Personally, I found that if a documentation is great and I check and it's HashiCorp that is behind the product, I am not surprised because they consistently churn out great product documentation, great service documentation, and all of that. All right, my next slide, please. So yes, documentation is for me, documentation is for you, documentation is for everyone. Now, if we are trying to build a more inclusive world, we should also build a more accessible world. And even as we are building a more accessible world by adding, ramps to banks, for people that, have challenges walking, we also need to build a more accessible digital world for people. Because the fact that you can do it doesn't mean that someone else can do it. Let us not exclude a very large percent of the population from the digital world, from websites, from mobile apps. They are also a part of us. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through the key takeaways from here. Accessible documentation ensures everyone, that is everyone, whether you're a developer, whether you're a user, at some point developers themselves are users, right? So it affects everybody. So whether you're a developer, whether you're a user, whether you're a business, accessible documentation ensures that you can succeed with your tech products. And lastly, just one quote. Hi, next slide, please. Lastly, documentation is a product. I say this all the time in my company whenever I have the chance to, probably hold something general. I mention it that documentation is a product. And until it is approached as a product, until you realize that documentation is a product that sells your actual product, you're not going to begin to take it seriously. So documentation is a product, and we need to craft it with the same passion and purpose as other products. The same way you put so much vim into integrating with this, integrating with that, building that product, building that wonderful thing. It's the same way you should put so much vim into your documentation, making it accessible for everybody, really. So thank you very much. I think I've come to the end of my session. Questions? Yes, wonderful. Are there any questions? Okay, someone has a question in the audience. Okay, would you like to come up here?
My question is, I'm currently working, and it's something that is maybe when the majority of the developers believe that something is not possible, right? And you are able to figure it out, and you want to tell them that you have actually done it, and you want to, how will you go about that? So that, because if they don't, if they can't trust it,
I'm going up now.
they cannot use it. So how do you document it in such a way that they will realize that you have actually done it?
All right, thank you very much. So I know that some of us probably did not hear him. So his question was, he's building a product, right? And it's something that probably a lot of people think it's not possible, right? It's not possible to build, not possible to do, but he has done it. So how does he go about making them know that he has done it? And the answer is still documentation, right? You need to put together a documentation that shows everything that your products can do. Because a lot of products do multiple things. I worked at a fintech a couple of years back, and while it was very great, our suite of APIs could do so much. You could build a bank, you could build remittances. Like, there were so many things you could do with it. And my favorite feature of the documentation was that you could play around on the documentation and actually get an API key assigned to you. You can build on our documentation there, right? That's something that was implemented and still my favorite feature of that particular documentation. So your answer is still documentation and obviously publicity, because you need them to know, right? So you need to be able to reach out to developer communities. If your product is developer facing, you write developer facing documentation. If it's user facing, you write user facing documentation. Now the important part of developer facing documentation is that there are people in a company that have the power to make decisions. Now, like maybe the CEO, the CTO, the CEO. Now, CTOs are good because they understand what you've done, what you've done. But if a CEO comes to your documentation, is he able to understand what you've done and able to say, let us go ahead with them? If a CEO is non-technical and comes to your documentation, or a COO comes to your documentation, is he able to understand what you've done and say, let's go ahead with them? So until your documentation hits the mark, when non-technical people can come there, understand what you're talking about, and then go ahead with it, your documentation is not great yet. Unfortunately, I'm not able to keep taking any questions, but you can find me on Twitter at Tireni, TIRE_NII. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much. Can we please put our hands together for our speaker? Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Until your documentation can be understood by non-technical people, then you're not done yet. Now, ladies, networking session, which would involve us taking pictures, interacting with the sponsors, and then we'll return for a panel session. Mind you, that panel session there is depth. That's all I can say. There's a lot of depth on that panel. So you do not want to miss that panel session. Please ensure that you are here till then. But before we do that, you can go and interact with our sponsors, take pictures, upload on Twitter and tag us. We're already seeing some very interesting tweets and we will display some of them. But before we do that, make sure you leave your seat, take pictures, upload. When we return, we would select best dressed, we would give out prizes, and we would continue the event. DJ, little, don't take it too high, just something soft. Yeah, and we are good to go. You should be networking, meet people. That fine sister you have been looking at, just meet her and ask her what part of tech she does. Also, a very important announcement.
For your bank account,
please
so you could
DJ,
link
DJ,
all your
wait.
existing cards to our card, and you can.
Thank you so much. A very, very important announcement. Please, if your card KRD 42JA, KRD 42JA, Lagos, please, you need to repark. They are about to tow your vehicle. FST 435HE, FST 435HE, Lagos. You need to repark. They want to tow your vehicle. AAB 326TT, AAB 326TT, they need to repark so they don't tow your vehicle. Please, right about now, you're encouraged to interact with our vendors, take pictures, post as we get ready for the next set of speakers. The time is now. DJ, take me there.
Jump, 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 jump.
My name is Nelson and I work at Grip. Grip is a universal card for all your bank accounts, so you could link all your existing debit cards to our card and you can just carry around only our card to pay and make transactions. The way our system works, we need to be able to process transactions within a certain time limit, and we tried other payment processors. No other one could fulfill that time limit expectation that we had. But then, like, I remembered InterSwitch from the conference that I attended in December, and we decided to give them a try. We hooked up to their APIs, and they were the only one that worked for the use case that we had. So it was a very smooth and straightforward process from beginning to the end of integration. We are mind blown because, like, it met expectations. It exceeded our expectations, basically. I would most likely recommend InterSwitch.
When it comes to payment, users are always very skeptical about which brand they input their banking details into. InterSwitch, being a household name, helped with brand trust, and our users and the business as a whole trust them with all payment information, which translated to revenue growth for us. BetKing Nigeria is one of the top leading gaming companies in the country. We offer services such as online sport betting and retail, virtuals, and casino. So to be able to give a great experience to our users, InterSwitch was able to give us several options to be able to serve our users in the times of payment. I would say there has been significant improvement with InterSwitch products across all the products they offer. Which directly impacts on the success of our business.
During the crisis of the COVID period when entire lockdown was there, I can boldly confirm that the InterSwitch who has helped us to survive our business by our revenue did not drop. Initially when we started the business, actually most of our renewal was generally coming between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. when our shops were available. Very few payment used to come after 9 p.m. But since the introduction of the InterSwitch, the online payment stream has changed the scenario. Whether it's a card, whether it's a bank payment, QR payment, and other agent-based payment, Quick Teller themselves has the agent available in many of the locations where our shops are not there, our dealer are not there, but we are still able to collect the payment. This is always helping in maintaining the synergy between InterSwitch and us. So it's recommended. I am saying that any integration with InterSwitch, you can believe it that it's always going to work, and you can ensure that it is 99.999% uptime, reconciliation, and adjustment in T+1 days is confirmed.
I'ma get no be so. Girl, you won't capture my soul. I'ma get no be so. Make you one umbo lumbo. Beru, beru, I'm loose. Even Peru done the para. Tonight in Josie, I'm in Josie. Won't call if you want one Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. My thought of mom is loaded. Me you can fight, but I'm on molly. I'm on duty, but I'm on low-key. They want do me, they want do me, they want do me, but they want do me. When you won't want me, when you won't want me, I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, when you won't want me, I just flew in from Miami. Peru, I'm loose. Even Peru done the bar. She says you like my tunes. She said me I never seen a girl like you. Say you like my tattoos. Tell me I want to be inside you. She's my woman. Inside Puna, sweet like sugar. In my new van, don't come to me, yeah, they swim like tuna. When you won't want me, when you won't want me, I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, when you won't want me, I just flew into Miami. I'm loose. Even Peru done the bar.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. DJ, take it down. Please, important information reaching me right now. Please, if you are at the sponsors side, please look here. Very important information. We all have to go downstairs to take a picture. Then after the picture, item 7 is currently downstairs. Please, we would all have to go downstairs, take the picture, collect your item 7, then come back up. Please, I would need the volunteers to carefully direct the traffic downstairs. Please, we all have to go downstairs. We all have to go downstairs. We all have to go downstairs. Take pictures at, where are the volunteers? Please direct everyone downstairs. Take pictures, get your item 7, then come back up.
Sorry, if you don't go downstairs, you won't get your package. So as you're going downstairs, also make your tags available so that you can get your package. So everybody needs to go downstairs. For those in all Gamma and all Vertex, please make your way downstairs. Everybody should be downstairs for the pictures. Make your tags available too. So after the pictures, you can get your packages.
If you get a woman, hold on tight.
Please don't leave anything inside the hall too. Take your belongings along. If you leave anything in the hall, it's at your own risk. So take your belongings along. Go downstairs. After the pictures, make your tags available. And when you're coming back, you're going to get your packages. For those in all Vertex and all Gamma, please go downstairs. Anybody that does not go downstairs for the pictures won't get any package. Thank you.
If you get a woman, hold on tight. Me and my guys, we take for back. Now her location, take for mine. If you leave a woman, she go off time. No be lie. Because you see that I blind the eyes. Me and my guys, we know they smile. Big dog boys, we know they lie. Big dog boys, we know they fair. Body. And you see what we can't move for body. Only one thing we know they like na police. One move you done to my enemy, so make it no time. The thing they hit me like the bongo, bongo. I bet you think I know that shy, oh, show. Take your lady to the condo, condo. If we dey hit and hit the sharp, oh, all of our enemies them broke down. No competition, no denial. We not be cheaters, we be lions. Say we dey fly high, now we never fly low. If we dey move, we no dey fear go slow. No competition, no denial. We not be cheaters, we be lions. Big dog boys, we no dey fear nobody. And you see why we got to move our body. Only one thing we know we like now, police. You got my enemy, you make it all right. Somebody can protect my energy from your body. My pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I couldn't see it. All I can find. If you get power, I'm a wild. Just dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them not fit kill my vibe. Them not fit kill my vibe. Them not fit kill. Them not fit kill. Them not fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of bad time. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. But you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, you had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, that is somebody that protect my energy.
If you are still in the hall, you are wrong. Please make your way downstairs for pictures. It is very important. Please make your way downstairs for pictures. Some people are still seated in the. Please. Should we? Please, everybody, make your way downstairs for pictures. Every single person. And take your belongings along with you. Make sure you are not leaving anything here. If you leave anything here, it's at your own risk. can still see some people at the back. Please. Let's make our way downstairs. For those in all Vertex and all Gamma, please make your way downstairs.
Doctor say make a pop on a this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. I'm a mess myself, no do pass a this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down the BTs, CBTs.
Okay, alright. Thank you. I can still see some people inside the hall seated. Don't worry, you're going to come back for networking. Please make your way downstairs for pictures. Please, please, and please make your way downstairs for pictures. We need to take pictures. I can still see some people at the back. We need everybody out of the halls downstairs for pictures.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the stars.
If I can still see some people in Ogama.
Please find your way
and
downstairs.
Vertex. Make your way downstairs, please.
Last to leave this hall will pay 200k fine.
Yeah, we'll share the fine.
Post account number.
I can still see some guys at the back.
Yeah. Last to leave this hall.
Let's carry these people downstairs.
200k to the host
I'll
account.
start calling your this thing.
Oh Lord of mercy.
Shay, leave them. Please go downstairs. Why don't you want to go downstairs? Come and collect Mike and explain why you don't want to go downstairs. Shay has been begging you people since. I can still see some people coming inside again. What's going on? No, ma'am, don't sit. Don't sit. Please go downstairs. Sir, on the face mask. Hello. Sir, please go downstairs for pictures. Yeah, like right now. Like now. If you will have volunteers are begging that you are not listening. Why? I guess in Ogama and all Vertex. Why are you not downstairs? Why? You're coming. Oh yeah, please make your way downstairs for pictures. Hi. Downstairs for pictures. You what? You what? Oh, technical. Alright, I forgive you.
Can you keep a secret for a long, long time? When you're awake or sleeping, say my name no time.
you something, girl, if you relax. And don't be tripping on them because I be back. Your friend, them in your ears, them a chat, nah, nah. You know better listen, nah, nah, nah. And don't you like it when I hit it from the back. And don't you like it when I spend the money stack. I got a wife, but no worry about it. You already know that's when I met you on the back.
I know you wanna spend more time, spend more time. I know you wanna spend more time. But hey, baby, can you keep a secret for a long, long time? When you're awake or sleeping, say my name no time. I don't want to be more, baby, oh, but I got my wife. I know you want to be my wife. Everybody knows
me know me young, but that not mean tell me that. Me girl, I'm tryna show you where I'm coming from. You're only talking crazy cause I make you cry every time I get you closer, closer. Make you moody and choke you. March like a soldier when I tell you come over.
I don't really care about your body type. What really matter now your vibe. I really want for you, Don't really have to be you want to go. Ain't nobody fine like you. Girl, I really want for you, And I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. But if you tell me otherwise, this baby be mine. Feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. But if you tell me otherwise, everybody does it. Mama, I don't do it. Everybody does it. Sexy love what she need from a bad boy like me. Sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. My sex appeal is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so. She grab my neck and she whisper please.
Sorry, again. Look of us here in the hall, please. Slide me down. Please, let's go downstairs for pictures. Please. Huh? Yes, don't worry. Next session is secured. But we need you downstairs.
This is another Tolio from a man. Make I tell you waiting happen for a bullet. Body's big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just the one that said which empathy, everything yakba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost go be. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy girls like make me stallion. But my girlfriend they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, hold on tight. Hold on, that's why I hold on tight. Hold on, hold on tight. Hold on,
My mind is for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong, I can't for you. And you without anyone to. Mama, you know I'll still come through. Give me love, yeah. Forever, yeah. Love is where
who am I to complain? My motherfucking heart. Kill a man calling me. I tell him fly and no harder. Pass the relay to Osaka. Make it no go japa. Make it no go entire. Mommy, be sugar, be sugar. After today, I go change my ways, my ways. senorita. Drink any high like this. I don't drink anything I see. I never prayed for this. I never knew it could end like this. Girl, if you're done with me, oh baby, big go just set me free. Cause I don't do grace like this. For your love, I dey lose my senses. Fat boy like me, fat boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Make you no call me water. Make you no call me. Down for breast and sweat. If I do you got, now don't call me water. Down for breast and sweat. If I do you got, don't call me water.
Problem, you know the feeling. You can try to enjoy. Life, you know the feeling. You can try to enjoy. Say kata kata, you know the finish. You can try to enjoy. Problem, you know the feeling. You can try to enjoy. We could dance like
I still get for your colors. Don't do me like this, oh. Aramiti walana. But I don't do it, no. I don't do it, so. And I still dey pray, oh. I still dey pray, oh. Oh my ego now for you. Oh my ego for you. Oh my rapper now for you. Oh my rapper for you. Oh me now for you. Yeah for you. All the motor for my car for you. Yeah. The motor in the garage for you. Yeah. Oh my ego now for you. Oh my rapper now for you. Yeah. Oh my rapper now for you. Yeah. Oh me now for you. Yeah. All the motor for my garage for you. All the motor for the garage for you. OBO, yeah. That's a million for you. For the best for you. I put my life on the line for you. Nobody else but you. Baby, 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 boo. You don't say you be my boo. If I'm not leave you, oh, baby, I be boo. Baby, I be fool. Say I want to show you my world, girl. I say I don't go do you, I what do you? I want to show you my world. Cause all my ego now for you. All my ego for you. All my rapa now for you. Rapa for you. Oh, now for you. Only do the person for me, oh. I know nobody matter, no. Nobody matter. Nobody matter. Feel like I don't win a lotto. I know if you pull it down, oh. On holiday to Mozambique. Let me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you enjoy? She make a bring get me come back. Then you look like I overdo. But we don't trouble that time. Keep them in the cola. Chop all them head out. Take that time. Trouble that time. Keep them in the cola. Chop all them head out. Take that time. Baby girl, you understand me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight now, why? Keep it tight now, why? Baby girl, you understand me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight now, why? Keep it tight now, why? Olúwa kẹ̀kẹ́ o, báwo fi wá ṣòfò? Kí ni mo tó kí n má fẹsẹ̀ ṣá?
Call me gay, call me pusha. I ever pay what my bear shit I'm a cutter to fly my jet. I thought I don't stop to bed. Watch it, I know me more to turn up. Watch him, I know me more to shine up. See, but do all I'm learning. Watch him, I know me more to turn up. Watch him, I know me more to shine up. See, but do all I'm learning. Let's just follow me differently. Sound telling me after many after testing our body. Don't want your validation flower. You I say I jump out. I know the fancy the lifestyle. I just want thing. I have ideas, plenty ideas. And the fancy the lifestyle. I just want thing. All I pay I get up. Call him a free wash your feet. Can I make it in my face and shot? Call me gay, call me pusha. I ever pay a lick. What's my bed shit? I'm a cutter to fly my jet. I don't stop to bed. Watch him, I know me more to turn up. Watch him, I know me more to shine up. See, but do all I learning. Watch him, I know me more to turn up. Watch him, I know me more to shine up. But do all I learning.
Tata mama ijugawa Kale toko pẹ̀lú mọ́tò Hallelujah, Hosanna Ọmọ ọjọ́ yẹn be somebody Big picture this time not perfect But I'm still bend over there I'm God's favorite and blessed Applaud say I gave my son up Short time when I enter the bar Only big ballers in my corner Odoguri me go dey do Big fish, I drop out another day, another dollar
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's come back to the hall. We're about to start the panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, find your way back to the hall. We're about to start the panel session. Once more, you are welcome back to Devfest Ibadan 2024 as organized by Gdg Ibadan. We're about to start the panel session. Please find your way to your seat in an orderly fashion. We're about to start. Please volunteers, can we make the disbursement of item 7 faster? We are pressed for time. Take it up, DJ.
If I did a billion miles away, if I stand to reach a million times a day, but if I can't gamble, I'll savings away. Baby, sure you know, go tell me straight away. If I don't go find again, if I don't go French again, if I don't get it, if I don't get it, if we don't be just again, if I do not stop, that would be so insane. Tell me how that would end. Will you love me anyway? Even if you make my money down, I'm darling. What if I lose my steez and composure? What if I give it up? It's no longer giving
Please, if you are at a sponsor stand, find your way to your seat. You didn't come for this. You didn't come to this event to win only giveaways. This English is getting hard. Find your way to your seat now, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, find your way to your seats.
igi gangan kò sí owó ẹ̀rí ọlọ́run gbọ́ fẹ́rẹ̀ ń dà mí lọ́rùn gan mo fẹ́ fi ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àmì lọ́rọ̀ kan ojoojúmọ́ ló ń yọ bí ọjọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ máa rí ọlẹ́ nìkan ó pa mí ó lè kún fún ọgbẹ́ yìí ìgbò Haúsá Yorùbá ìlú máa ká ọmọ ìlú yọ ní mọ̀ lọ́mọ kí n máa ṣe gbàgbá àgbègbè ìmọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ṣìṣì náà láyọ̀ mo máa ká ẹ̀mí ẹ̀rọ mi ọ̀nà tí ń fojú kan mọ́ ti rà bá awuyewuye gbọ́ awuyewuye awuyewuye gbọ́ awuyewuye ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́mọ kí n bí mi dáadáa ẹ bá wá mi kiri mo ti kà ní lọ́wọ́ awuyewuye gbọ́ awuyewuye awuyewuye gbọ́ awuyewuye
DJ, please find your way to your seat now.
Ojú mi, wọnú mi, sọ fún mi, máa jojú mi, níṣú mi, níjú mi, fọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ mi. Kò sẹ́ni tó lè fún mi, èyí fẹ́rẹ̀ dùn bí olóyin, ni mo rí ẹ̀ tí omi jọ má ṣe kàn rán mi.
Can everyone see me? Please, if you are looking for one ear of your AirPods, I think this is like a Samsung or I don't know, but if you are looking for just one ear of your AirPod, just go to the technical side there. One ear, come with like a proof of ownership, NEPA bill and stuff. Thank you.
All right, please let's make it to our seats. Please, everybody. Our sponsors, can we put an hold on everything? Thank you. So everybody, let's make it to our seats, please, so that we can start the next session. Let's be fast to that, please.
Tó bá focus ó máa gbọ́ pẹ́. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa kò sẹ́ni tó yé. 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 Kò sẹ́ni tó yé rárá. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa kò sẹ́ni tó yé.
Tears might fall from my eyes only this time. And I'm my mom's crying and my sis crying. Cause I just want a mobile for the sixth time. I let my soul glow on my wrist.
Alright, so our next session is a panel session, is a panel discussion. And we have really amazing speakers here to speak to us. So to host.
Yeah. Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, to host our panel, to moderate our panel session.
Good afternoon. Is that fine? Come. Okay. That's fine. Yeah.
Please, for those who are still trying to make it back to their seats, let's be fast to that, please. Back to your seats, everybody.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, so I think our moderator is ready for us now. So to host this panel session and to moderate this panel session, we have Okwe Omole. A round of applause for her, please. I know your hands are busy, but let's drop it for now. A round of applause for our panel moderator, Okwe Omole. A round of applause for her. Okay.
Why? Good afternoon. Is that okay?
Okay, please let's clap for her. She make it to the stage. A round of applause. No, you guys are not clapping. Okay, wait. Then we clap. Don't worry. A round of applause for Okwe Omole. Oh yeah, stop. So now to moderate our panel session is Okwe Omole. A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you all to this panel session on responsible AI. Our goal for this session is simple. It's basically to interact with everyone and make everyone understand that AI can be used. Can anyone hear me? I can see people standing there. Okay, I'll go over it again. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you all to this panel session where we'll be discussing responsible AI. Today we'll explore how AI can be used as a technology for positive impact for our day-to-day lives and for human value, great human value. Today we have 5 amazing speakers that they will be bringing their different perspective on responsible AI and how we ourselves can encourage the use of good AI. Our first speaker for today is the Assistant Chief System Analyst at the University of Ibadan. He's a pioneer in AI education and community engagement, leveraging technology to advance education and society growth. Let's make welcome for Ahmed Babajide Olariwaju. Please clap your hands. Our second panelist for today is a certified Microsoft Responsible AI coach and a Google TensorFlow developer. He has created impactful AI solutions in sections like the healthcare, and he created a product called crime forecasting, basically, and is a great enthusiast in the AI industry. Let's make welcome for Israel Ode Ajo. Our third panelist for today is Aminat Akinyemi Ayola. She is an AI researcher and an academic director at Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria. She's passionate about AI through education and practical applications. Let's welcome Aminat Akinyemi Ayola. We have a distinguished data scientist and machine learning developer advocate. He is a co-founder co-founder of Data Community Africa and a leader in the AI industry. Let's welcome Gift Oje Abulu. Our last panelist for today is a founder at the Pan-Africa Center for AI Ethics. He's focused on the ethical side of AI frameworks and to ensure that it prioritizes like human value, especially within the African context. Let's welcome Kingsley Owadara. Please join me in welcoming them again. Good afternoon. It's nice to have everyone here. Let's dive right into questions. As I said earlier, the theme for this panel session is responsible AI. So I would like our panelists, one after the other, to give us what they will say if they are being asked that. What do they understand by responsible AI? Okay, you can start, Kingsley.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invite. So in a very simple way to define what responsible AI is that we view it from the entire pipeline of an algorithm modeling, right from deployment, from building, deployment, and even usage. What we look at is how do we ensure that all through this pipeline, from when you are conceptualizing your idea to when the final user is being using it, how do you do it in such a way that it prioritizes human? It is human-centered, it is fair, it is transparent, and at the same time, it does not cause any harm to anybody using it.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. I'll be defining it in its simplest form. Just as the name sounds, responsible AI. When you say someone is responsible, what does it mean? It means so building an AI system that is fair, is not biased in terms of the outputs, and is accountable in all sectors, maybe the health side, the finance side. An example of it is, let me just give you a random example that you can understand. Everybody knows ChatGPT, I'm not assuming, right? So it's not advisable to use ChatGPT for your health purpose in terms of if you ask it a question, depending, let me give you a real life instance as much as the definition. I was having Whitlow as a point. I asked ChatGPT, I think that was last year, that what are the things that I can use in terms of like making me feel less pain? And it said I should dip my hand into a very cold water. And the truth is, if you are an health person here, you know that that's the opposite of what you are supposed to do. You are supposed to put your hand in something hot, not in some, because when you put it in something cold, it will shrink your blood and you'll be feeling more pain. So I'm just saying I felt a lot of pain until I made more research and everything. So from that perspective now, from the health sector, is not accountable in that part, but though the model is improving. So in a real life case, that's what you call responsible AI. Yeah.
Thank you for the honor. So in addition to what my co-panelists have said, so I'm going to be coming from the angle of inclusivity. So in terms of responsible AI, we want AI solutions that ensures that everyone is being catered for. We don't want a solution that marginalizes a set of people. So we want people that are underrepresented to be able to also use this tool. So I think I'll give a practical example. And in order to like further explain why this example kinds of suits in this case is that when it comes to responsible AI, you want to ensure that you're bringing a solution that caters for human needs, right? That solves societal problem. So as a female, almost every woman here can understand that one of the leading disease here is breast cancer for female. So this engineer, this Nigerian-based engineer, Mrs. Kemisola Bolarinwa, she actually came up with the detection of breast cancer. And this came as a burning need for her because she lost her aunt to it. So if you look at this solution, it included people in underrepresented sector, like women in rural area and the likes like that. These people have been sort of have access to quality healthcare because they are located in remote areas. But with our solution, that solution is now affordable and accessible to these people so that they can easily detect cancer at the earlier cases, and that way they can prolong their lifespan. Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. In addition to what has been said, one of the things I want to emphasize on is AI for women. So that's like one simple way to see it. So you are building an AI solution that paid attention to what woman feels or what woman wants. Take for example, we've all heard about the flood issue that happened in Badagry. Do we all heard about this flood issue? Do we heard about the flood issue that happened? Okay, good. So imagine you want to build an AI system that is able to then predict the possibility of that flood happening. So at that point, you are paying attention to people who will consume that solution. So that's one of the basic way to think about AI to be responsible. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, everybody. So let me do a summary, right? Yeah, they've thought about inclusivity, diversity, interpretable, explainable, accountable, not biased. Looking at all through this, what does it tell you? We are trying to build a system that in a typical setting without using the system, you can explain the process. For example, you want to study medicine at the University of Ibadan. You should be able to explain the process. Or you need the subjects, you need to do post-UTME. After post-UTME, this is the grading system. And that's clear. So that if you are trying to now bring an AI system into that scenario, we should be able to explain it in such a way that nobody's left out. I think that's a good summary.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm so sorry to disrupt this panel. I know we have been enjoying it, but we quickly need the help of this car owner, LSR 252HE. Please, if you are the owner of this car, LSR 252HE, Lagos, please, your attention is needed downstairs. Someone needs to move out urgently. LSR 252HE, Lagos, please, your attention is needed downstairs. And for those that have not collected food, please keep your tags because you need it when it's time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. My next question will go to Kingsley. Let's just move it like this. Judging from the fact that you are an ethical AI enthusiast, right? Or how?
Ethicist.
Oh, I probably got the wrong thing. Okay. I was going to ask that what has been your biggest ethical challenge, probably like working with a AI product or like building. What has been like your biggest challenge? Do you think that AI can be human-centered and inclusive to all?
Okay, thank you. Do I think that AI can be human-centered and without bias? I think we are getting to that stage. And this is the reason. Artificial intelligence is trained with data. Data is made by human, and human by nature is biased. For instance, if I walk into this room and I walk probably on this panel, I walk probably with a dread and probably a black lip and a short, and you know, that's just something that comes to your mind that maybe this guy is a smoker, you know, and that might not be true. So if a questionnaire is passed across everybody and you're asked to fill an opinion about me, all of you will have different opinion about me. Now imagine if an AI system is being built on the data that is generated by the opinion you have. So you see that by nature it is going to be biased. So what is the idea? The idea is that for us to, one of the challenge we have with artificial intelligence is that with AI ethics is number one, people really do not think they need AI ethics, right? Because I mean my work, my day-to-day work is as an ethicist is to ensure that AI system is being developed the right way and also to pass the right knowledge. We've asked people, and the few questions people ask me is that, why exactly do we need AI ethics? If you are in this, how do you end it? So people do not really see that any form of return on investment or ROI in AI ethics. Other things are, the challenge we have is the idea of bias, the idea of fairness, the idea of transparency can really be difficult to explain. This is the reason. When I mean bias, initially I told you that AI system can be full of bias because of human created the data, and you must have heard of this previous word, garbage in, garbage out. Now in this era of AI that we are, it's now bias in, bias out. You cannot think an AI that is built of bias to come with non-bias. Most times, even when this AI system is not built with bias, it's built bias-free. There's something we call feedback loops, just like generative AI. First of all, the engineers train the model where you can use. And afterwards, the model can train itself with data it receives. We call it feedback loops. Now, imagine yourself, how many questions have you asked ChatGPT since you started using it? Most of you have asked, how can I rob a bank? How can I become a millionaire in 3 days? How can I become this? How can I become that? And most of you even go ahead telling this, no, your answer is correct. No, your answer is wrong. And in your heart, you know that this is not correct. So the idea of responsibility is multifaceted, and all of us need to be there. All of us need to be involved in it. So AI system, greatest challenge is users have a way of, building this bias, even when it's bias-free. Engineers think they don't need it. They think it's expensive. And most times, it is really difficult to define these principles, cross-sectorally across users, because most times, a specific tool can be built to be used in health sector. That same tool will be biased if you are taking it into education sector, because in this case, it's a different audience. So most times, it is very difficult for engineers to implement these things. So far so good. Those are the things I have actually realized as, issues with implementing AI ethics. But the idea of saying that you don't need AI ethics, I think it is even out of it. Most times, it might be driven by sheer ignorance, or maybe you think it is really expensive to implement, but I'll just take a pause from there.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I would ask Amina. Okay, so I think I have 2 questions. And first one would be, can you tell us, like in 2 or 3 sentences, what RAIN is about? And the other one, since Kingsley already established that AI should be accessible to everyone, regardless of the human, as an academic director, can you tell us the role education play in making sure that AI is available to everyone without bias?
Thank you. So first and foremost, RAIN stands for Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria. So it's actually a company that is focused on training, research, and development. So here at RAIN, training in 2 core areas. That's in the robotics area and also in the artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, going to your question, how we can make AI education accessible to all. Now, the first thing first is I would be focusing on, like, let me say, the local communities, because at least if you look at other communities, at least they are, let me say to an extent, they are literate and they have access to some information. So let me focus on the underrepresented people. So I think one thing we can do to make AI education accessible to them is, one, let's try to get their interest. Now, I think one way we can get their interest before we go into trying to educate them is, let's try to use AI to solve one of the burning needs in their locality. At least when you solve a burning need in their locality and they understand that, oh, AI is the one responsible for this solution, it begins to fuel that passion in them. So now with that passion, when by the time you bring the education to them, they are already interested because that awareness is there. Now, in the case of now trying to take it to the next step, that is bringing the education to them, we can start at maybe like the primary level, the education level. Let's try to catch them young. Let's bring introductory concepts of AI to them, right? So also after that, we can now look at the areas whereby we can now equip them, because for you to be able to build AI solutions. Now, you might want to build AI solutions from scratch, or you might just want to know how to use AI tools. So whether you are trying to learn how to be an AI developer and build from scratch, or whether you are trying to learn how to use existing AI tools to make your life better, you need that skills acquisition, you need that knowledge, you need to be able to acquire that knowledge. So let's take it the next step further to see how we can equip these people with the tools and technologies they need to be able to acquire the knowledge. Because when it comes to AI, it's basically practical. So there's a theoretical aspect of it, but we also need to equip them further with a practical aspect. So in that case, we need to maybe look at how we can set up tech hubs in that space that can provide access to internet, laptops, and the likes like that, so that way they'll be able to carry on with practical side of the AI skills that is being introduced to them. Now let's talk about that. So I think another thing we can do is events like this is actually one event whereby people come, the network, the share knowledge, and the likes like that. So if you can have several of them, like even boot camps, and also so that even in the underrepresented places, because some people here are in remote areas, is saying and the likes like that in Oyo State, and they're not aware of this program. So let's even try to ensure that sometimes events like this take place in that area, so that the youths can be inspired, and gradually they will be forced to go out of their comfort zone and acquire the right skills that can make them thrive in this digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Gifts, I'd like you to tell us about the product or service, whichever is, that you have had to work with, and are there building that you guys have had to consider in building an AI solution?
Yeah, so this part I'll be coming for. Currently I work as a machine learning developer advocate, AI developer advocate for a company in the US called DVC. I treat AI precisely. So before then I used to work as an ex-data scientist for CBB Analytics. So it's a basketball company. That's the perspective I'll be coming from. So yesterday, yeah, exactly, today is Saturday. So yesterday I met with the CEO of CBB Analytics. We were just talking on call. So currently what they are working on is what they call CBB tracking. So if you don't know the meaning of CBB, it's called College Basketball Analytics. Yeah, College Basketball Analytics precisely. So what they do is they try to work on every basketball analytics, like college basketball in the US, like their high school and all. They are like predictive system they build. So currently what we are working on now and is a open source CBB tracking, and part of the thing we are considering, we are working with GCP, YOLO, and the rest like that, and Vertex AI. Part of the thing we are considering is at the point when the sees the ball, is not perfect yet. When he sees the basketball, at a point, maybe when they want to throw it inside the net, when he sees the ball, he start interpreting it as a what did they give? So he start getting 5% instead of 97% to show that it's a basketball. So my point is, we are trying to get more data sets, more training data sets from different schools, and optimize the model and feed it into the model to be able to get more accuracy and reduce bias mitigation in terms of bias to variance trade-off, right? So reduce the bias mitigation for that. So that's an example of considering that we are trying to build a product that gets more accuracy and reduce bias to show that the AI system is responsible for itself from the sports perspective, basketball in this case, yeah.
That's interesting, actually. Does anyone work in the healthcare sector? Israel, do you? Something like that? I want you to share your perspective on building AI solution in healthcare.
All right, so it's a bit, a whole lot, because this has to do with live, and there's so much that needs to go into it to be sure that this is safe, just like what Gift mentioned earlier about trying to get an information on something. So one of the AI solutions I've seen over time, two. The first one is help a mom Help a Mom is an initiative of some of our guys, doing amazing stuff. Out that it goes through the entire process you can think of for someone who gave birth, from giving birth, the things they need to be aware of, the drugs to give to new babies, infants, how to track your vaccination. Of course, this is more like hope, to, if I could call it, maybe danger kind of, because the system is able to track who you really are, and is able to have so much details about you, which can also not be ethical as it were. So I think that is where we want to ensure that whatever, especially at that kind of system, wherever you are tracking stuff like that, we want to be sure that it's safe, and the guys behind it, at some point you hear that they are selling people's data to make some other decisions which they are possibly not even aware of. So I think these are good solutions, but we need to just pay attention more to the part of being sure that our data are safe. Another thing I've worked with is mental health. We know that there are mental issues, we're all suffering from tipping right now, right? You need that thing that can, suppress the pain. You can go and say, can you give me a poem? Can you sing for me? That generative AI that is able to do that. So these are some of the things that I think is happening in the healthcare space, which we are obviously sure that if they are well managed, they will become bigger, and the ecosystem will benefit more in the health sector. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you contribute something?
So I think I can address the health part a bit.
Okay.
So before I came into the tech space, I used to be into medical. That was years back. So I think a part at the moment where can you repeat the question again so I'll get it?
No, I asked him to share his perspective of building the AI solution in the healthcare.
Yeah. So one of the perspective in depth, I've not done it for long, but one of the perspective I see that is growing now is, and some of my friends that do startups is, I'll say the bioinformatics space, the drug discovery, right? So in terms of at the moment, there are AI systems that, because when it comes to when it comes to AI for healthcare, it's completely, I'll say it's very complicated. It's very complicated because I'll say when you are considering responsible AI, I'll say healthcare is actually number one.
Yeah.
Because it deals with human and it deals with life precisely. So unlike random case, getting a 98% accuracy to some extent can be risky, because that 2% can kill a lot of people. Unlike a case where if you take part, or maybe to some extent fintech, even fintech too is risky, but fintech and some other sectors, sport and so on. From sport perspective now, before I go back to healthcare, saying that maybe something an AI system predicts a system that today I think Chelsea and one team play. Chelsea and who? Yeah, and Leicester, for instance. Saying that an AI system now will predict in terms of accuracy that you are getting something like 3 goals, 2 goals upward. Even though they are playing 2-1, it's 2 goals. Playing 3-0 is 2 goals. I don't know if you get my perspective, right? So, but when it comes to the healthcare case now, imagine saying the probability of giving somebody this drug and saying the person will live. The chance of a person living is 98%, and you give the person the drug and the person die. That means the 2% is acting up.
Yeah,
so my point in terms of drug discovery and when in terms of discovering some set of drug for different problems, maybe cancer, maybe HIV and so on, when you are building an AI system that is trying to discover these drugs, I feel you should be careful enough and get as much training data, and people, it should be of healthcare practitioners in that space.
Yeah.
Enough domain knowledge in that space, maybe a doctor, a bioinformatics, a computational scientist and all that in that space that can understand the data by itself and the field to build that particular domain. Yeah, so that's the perspective I'll be coming from.
Oh, thank you.
Just very brief.
Okay.
I think if we look at artificial intelligence generally, when we look at the question of risk about in AI, it's just 2 things and more actually. The first is on the question of existential risk and also alignment. Existential risk indicates that seeing how do we ensure that AI do not wipe out human. Yeah. And number 2, how do you ensure that there is alignment? All the examples everybody has given is a question of alignment. Ensuring that you build a tool and the tool remain responsible as I built it. So there was this research, because I work on a lot on responsible AI research, there was this particular research we were working on one time, and these guys, they built a particular solution for, I think it's a disease. They built it, and they've been using it so far. So somebody went to try the particular research, the particular tool they built, because it was formation of different chemical molecules. And after they have done several jailbreaking, because you jailbreak an AI to see if it will produce unethical responses. After several jailbreaking, after several retaming, they said that the AI was able to produce a chemical solution that was equivalent to the atomic bomb, to the solution of an atomic bomb that was used in the Second World War. And they had to put a stop to development of the module. Look at that in that instance. The tool was built aligning with everything. There is alignment, there is everything working fine. But because there are some unscrupulous people that could do serious jailbreaking work, they could jailbreak it, and a responsible tool became irresponsible. So I think it is really cross-functional. And we should look at it also when it comes to AI. We should know that responsible AI, when it comes to the principles, they are indivisible, they are general. You cannot align them. You cannot separate them, and they are also dependent on each other, irrespective of the sector you are building. 0.001% of non-alignment can be an entire nation, depending on the populace that are using the tool. So that's just what we should keep in mind.
Thank you. On this, right? Okay.
So I think one thing we have to focus on when it comes to responsible AI solution in the healthcare space is interpretability, transparency, accountability. Now let's put AI aside. We have seen cases whereby people presented themselves to a medical doctor with a disease, and that thing, because of what? Maybe some misinterpretation or some error from the doctors. And now you will see, now people are more aware that when they go to the doctors and maybe they present themselves and doctor is saying, okay, mention one big disease and all, people will say, go for a second opinion, go for a third opinion. You understand? Because you want to be sure that that thing that doctor is saying is actually what you have. You understand? Yeah. Before you subscribe yourself under the knife, going under surgery, and you know the complications that can come from surgery as well. So now, before we talk about AI, now this brings me to like an experience I had about 3 years ago. So in his eye while he was playing. So we took him to an ophthalmologist. So when the ophthalmologist was checking his eye, so I was there in the room with him, and the ophthalmologist said, he has cataract. In my mind, I was like, cataract from where? You must be joking. There and then I was sick. So the man said, okay, let me have another look at it. I said, my man, I said, better. You wouldn't see anything. So he checked again. He said, it is, and he would have to go for a surgery. But I said, trying to like, injury, cataract, how come? But I went back home and I started to read, and I discovered that there's something they call traumatic cataract. And this was something the ophthalmologist never explained to me. So there I lost trust in what he was saying, and we didn't take him back to that. I think we took him back to that clinic, but we didn't do the surgery there for him. Now this means that, imagine it was an AI solution that just scanned his eye and said cataract. So I would never accept that. So when you're even building an AI solution for the healthcare, the thing is that end users might find it difficult to trust the system when there's no interpretability. Even the medical doctors or the healthcare practitioners, you want to accept the solution, they will ask you questions. Even if the solution is coming with 100% accuracy, they are going to ask you questions. Why? How is this thing coming up with this prediction? Because they are trained experts. They know the things that they check to get this, to predict that, okay, this is certain disease and the likes like that. How is your AI solution coming with this? So there needs to be an explainable interface that is explaining the parameters or the factors in whatever data that this AI model is being fed, to be able to understand that, okay, I'm detecting this disease because of so and so factors. That way, it's going to increase trust in your solution. Stakeholders in that field is going to accept your solution. Even end users is also going to accept the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hand the mic to Ahmed. Okay, so I've been somehow saving this for you, and I'm sure that there is no way we are going to discuss responsible AI without discussing the fact that there's a part of us that might think that AI can take our jobs, how do you address that, or how can we like actually address that?
Of course, AI will take our jobs.
Are we meant to be happy about that?
AI will take our job. Do you accept that or not? Can I
Do we accept that or not?
Let's see the yes. Where are the no? I think they didn't get the question. Will AI take our job? Yes. No.
45.
AI has already taken our jobs. That's the simple truth. When they say something is taking your job, what it means is that people with certain skill sets will take those jobs. As simple as ABC. I remember in those days in our house, we had this landline 01865692. People come to our house to queue. They want to receive international calls. We became big boy. We were charging them money. After a while, they went away. GSM came in. Business centers springing up here and there. No more night staff taking ladder to cut your cables. What happened? Some people lost their jobs. And new jobs were created. But the beauty of it is this. More jobs would actually be created. That's the beauty. And now you get to do a lot. Let me paint a simple scenario. Someone asked me that I'm so busy. I belong to many committees. In fact, sometimes I act as secretary to committees. And yet, I'm the most efficient guy. Let me give you an instance. We had this call, a 1-hour call on WhatsApp. You know now, we are crazy in this part of the world. There's no platform we can use to do meeting. In fact, we can do conference call as meeting. And you expect the secretary to take notes. So we did WhatsApp call, 1 hour. 1 hour call. In 3 minutes, the minute of meeting was ready. How did I do it?
Yeah.
What did I do? I just made sure that my laptop was available. I opened Microsoft Word and I click on dictate. So as we were speaking on the WhatsApp call, Microsoft was typing my notes out. When I was done with that, I saved the document, took it to ChatGPT. Guy, we just had a meeting, and I dumped it back on them. Possible, it's not possible. What is not possible? What is not possible? Let me give you another scenario. I'm doing a webinar at the moment, so there's this particular topic, getting your first job in the data world. I attended the webinar and I saw the video on YouTube. This is a very interesting video. Good enough, they had transcripts. So I copied the transcript of that video on YouTube, went to ChatGPT, dumped it there. Guy, I need a slide for this. And I got my own PowerPoint slide back. What was that? Do you know how many people have lost their jobs in that process? And do you know how many new jobs have been created? All of you want to work remotely. Those remote jobs, are they not new jobs?
Yeah.
During COVID-19 lockdown, do you know how many people lost their jobs? So anytime you get a remote job, somebody is losing their job. So AI has come to stay. If you like, join the train. If you don't like, don't join the train responsibly. Two different things now. You are joining the AI train, and you are joining to what? Responsibly. Yeah. 2 days ago, I was taking yesterday or 2 days ago, at FSS, AI ethics. I was like, why did we jump into AI without doing AI ethics course first? A lot of things are quite wrong. Our curriculum in the school needs to be updated as early as possible. Before lecturers were aware of ChatGPT, I want to buy one law.
Yes.
True of us.
We all do that, right?
Before lecturers were aware of ChatGPT, students are taking advantage of it. So now we are doing reverse now. How do we detect ChatGPT? Now they are now software. How not to detect ChatGPT? So we will continue that game. It's been there for long. A student in Ibadan will go to Meduguri, collect a project in Meduguri, bring it to Ibadan. So anything you see that's happening now, even in the manual process, is the same thing. We are talking about responsible AI in the automated system. The orthodox system is still like that also. We have those people that want to do things in a very fishy way. So there's nothing new in what we are discussing, but AI is complex. That's why we all need to use AI responsibly. Otherwise, we are just waiting for ourselves to destroy ourselves. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Our time is fast spent, but I would like us to still give a word or two on the team responsible AI. Yeah, from Ahmed, please.
I will use the example Gifts mentioned when I was about being responsible. You know when you act responsible. You know things that you do in the full glare of the public, and you will be proud of yourself. And you know those things that you don't want people to know about, that you do this thing. So also the time comes to the AI space. Please and please, if we find ourselves working on a product, get as many as possible opinions, many as possible diverse people in that project. Sometimes it will cost you very little compared to the damage you go through when you are shipping the product. You spend more money at the end of the day. Damage control. From the onset, why don't you get as many as possible diverse opinions, diverse teams from different parts of the world? Thanks a lot.
All right, so to add to that is I've joined a number of sections today, and I see us talk about a lot of AI tools, LLM, Gemini, and all of that. So as you begin to, because I know the next thing for many of us is to explore, right? You want to check how to use them. So as you begin to build, and just like what Mr. Ahmed mentioned, that we're supposed to learn about ethics before doing AI. You are hearing it now as you begin to build, because these things will cause damage if they are not attention paid to them. That's the truth. This will have gone way wire, and you will have to say we are sorry, and at that point, somebody lost his life, somebody lost his job. Saying we are sorry will not be enough. So please, as we begin to build as developers, as we begin to design as designers, as we begin to work as AI engineers, let's pay attention to the people who are going to use it and make sure we reduce the minimal risk that we can ever think of. Thank you.
So one word of advice as developers is that now when you're building a solution, you might be building from scratch, or you might be integrating some other existing solutions into your solutions. Now one thing you must take note of is that you have to act responsible, like he said. And so to act responsible, it means that you need to use whatever solution you're integrating into your solution, you have to use it responsibly. Whatever solution you are churning out there to users, you have to make sure you put a disclaimer that you have to use it sensibly. So that way you are just not putting out your solution there, because for some of the solutions, while there might be benefits and there'll also be like risk. Now let me use one example is in the aspect of this deep fake technology. So deep fake is when you superimpose someone's image or someone's video on another image, right? So there were times that they said Trump was saying something and it was not the one that said it. Now this is a technology that were built by developers, and the developers of this solution actually put a disclaimer. But even at that they put a disclaimer, some bad guys there are still using this technology wrongly, to the extent that someone in Nigeria used that technology to defraud somebody, I think in the UK or in Paris. So when you are building a solution and you know that, okay, with this solution, there are some bad guys that might want to use it irresponsible, please put a disclaimer. Don't just leave it like that as general or blanket, because that way you are putting yourself in the loop. So please always put this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll say my last word is, as much as we've been mentioning responsible AI, is we should move back to data-centric AI. Because the truth is, everything for every product in the deployment sense is the data to feedback loop, right? In terms of, if you want your product to be efficient, your data needs to be good data, like the data needs to be quality, that's the word, yeah. So there are like 7 rules of data and all, so quality data precisely. So as much as we are talking about the explainability side, the transparency and all, yeah. And lastly for me, as when Ahmed was talking, mentioned about AI will take your job. So for me, I'll say it depends in terms of AI will take the job of people in the higher level. See what I mean in this sense now. The people for Microsoft, that's and Google DeepMind, that they are building systems in terms of that they are doing like various LLM and the world are using currently. I can tell you for free that AI is not taking their job, right? Because they'll continue to like control the world with these tools because of the knowledge they have. They have in-depth knowledge. The truth is, a lot of people know things at the surface. They don't notice in-depth. Another instance is, as for example, if you want to like, there's a level of, and I'll tell you the facts, when there's a level of like a senior web developer, like let me give a data perspective. There's a level of AI won't build data strategy for you. You understand? So it won't build all these things for you. It will employ the best AI engineer to come and work, the best data analyst, the best data engineer to come to your team and build these infrastructures that will build the quality data for the team, result for the model. AI won't do all these things, right? So my point is, when you are on a higher level in terms of in-depth knowledge for every field you have, AI won't take your job. If you are a very good lecturer, that you are exceptional, I can tell you for free that AI won't take, because a very good lecturer is always updated. In terms of, they want to be, a very good data scientist is always updated. They want to be updated about, they're always learning. But if you are not learning, like one of like this scientist says, you are dying. So that's what AI is following, right? So yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
My organs have spoken. I would just want to give us Afrocentric advice and or an Afrocentric conclusion. And what the conclusion is, when we are growing up, we're taught to be our brother's keeper. So either you are a developer or you are a user. Imagine if your brother or your sister is using that tool. Or imagine if your brother or your sister's data is being sold the way you are selling somebody else's data. How do you feel? My conclusion is build responsibly, use responsibly. Innovation is good, but responsible innovation is great. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our amazing panelists and to the audience. Thank you so much for participating. We're sorry we'll not be taking questions, but you can check Devfest Ibadan website for their profile. If you have questions, you can send them messages on their social media platform, and I'm sure they'll respond to you. Thank you so much for being part of this session. Thank you so much, the panelists. Enjoy the rest of the event.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause for them as they come down. All right. So quickly, we need. I'm announcing that now. So we need the owners of these cars to come. We need the owners of these cars to please find their way downstairs and repark, please. First is a gray Pontiac LSR 252HE, Lagos. The size is a gray Pontiac LSR 252HE, Lagos. Please go and repark. The person you're blocking is a mother and she needs to go and pick her kids. Please. Thank you. The second car is a black Camry, Lagos, LND 793JC. This is a very urgent one. Black Camry, Lagos, LND 793JC. The third car is OYO BDJ 213YM, and it's a bus. Oyo BDJ 213YM, and it's a bus. Please, let's quickly go downstairs to repark. This is very, very, very urgent. Thank you. So we're going to be going straight to our lightning talk. Sorry, is that? So we're going to be going straight to our lightning talk, and our first speaker, sorry, give me a minute. So our first speaker for that is going to be Opeyimika Aremu. Okay, Okwayemika Aremu is a full-time medical student and a full-time front-end engineer. If he is not writing code or reading schoolwork from an upcoming test or exam, he is at the gym, eating while reading. Aremu is going to be talking on From Scrubs to Scripts, Mastering Tech Skills While Life Happens. Okay. So if you are here to get your food and you still have your tags with you, move towards the back to actually get your food quickly. All right. So join me to welcome Okwayemika Aremu. A round of applause for him, please.
If you give me reason, give me cost of living, see this believing,
Hello everyone. Thank you so much everyone. My name is Okwayemika Aremu and I'm a full-time final year medical student and also a full-time software engineer. And so I'm just here to just recap my journey, right? Learning software engineering while in full-time medical school. And the caveat here is that, and it's important to recognize that in medical school, we don't get more than 1 month break in a calendar year, right? And so it means that you have to learn and build your tech career while in school. And so I've just been told that I have a little bit of time, so I'll just rush. So the first thing that's quite important when learning the tech skill while being busy or while life happens is to find a strong why. You need to know why you are doing it. And I would have told the story, but the story is that I was in science class and then my dad's a doctor, I'm brilliant, I'm the head boy, okay, you have to apply to study medicine. And so I applied JAMB, I was serious, post-JAMB, and I gained admission. But then I realized at that point when I got an internet connected phone that I wasn't really interested in medicine. And so then I was interested in writing and freelancing. And so when I go to my parents, they were like, oh, and this is weeks before I was to actually resume medicine. So they were like, okay, kneel down, let's pray for you. The village forces of your father's house will not hinder you. And so I resumed 100 level, and then 100 level was easy of some sense, but then 200 level was really difficult because you actually have to read your books. And then if I'm disinterested in medicine, it was really difficult to do that, right? And so going on, COVID came around, and then I tried all the means to drop out, but when it's time to drop out and they're like, okay, so what course do you want to do? I'm like, I actually don't know. So that makes things difficult. And so when I got back to school, 300 level, 400 level, I knew that, okay, I would have to finish medicine. But now the question was, so what do you do after medical school? And it's quite important to have a reason why. You must have solid reasons. You must have evidence at that point. You must have made some money, right? When I tell my parents that, okay, I'm actually not going to do medicine, I must have some track record. And so it was really important for me to be serious with coding. And so the first point I would make here is to find a strong why and make it urgent. You have to learn that tech skill now. You have to do it alongside all the busy things that you have to do. And the second thing is that when I would come back from school, I would quickly go to the gym, I would shower, and then I would start coding in the reading room, right? And so what is to happen then was that I would stay in the reading room over the night, so I would work for some hours and then sleep off, and then wake up in the morning and then go to my room and shower, and then go back to school. But then there was this day that I had slept off, and then I had woken up, and then I'd be like, okay, let me go and fetch water, and then I'll come back to my laptop and just work a bit more. And so I went to fetch water, and when I came back in 10 minutes, my laptop was no more there. Right? Laptop charger was still there, but it was no more there. So the point I'm trying to make here was that the person that took the laptop already knew me. He knew how I would move. He knew that I would leave my laptop. He knew that I expected to come back. And so what I'm trying to say here is you have to find a routine. You have to be consistent. You have to know what you expect to be doing at each and every time that you are there. And so the next thing is to find an accountability partner. I've been really lucky to have Mujib in my life. And so while I'm here standing and talking, but Mujib too is a medical student, is a full stack software engineer too. And so we've had this journey together. And so we went to Oscar Fest in 2022. And so since then, we have been inspired by what people are building. And so we ourselves have stayed consistent, and it's really paid off for us, right? And so the next point is to just find community. I think that in April on April 10, okay, on April 6, 2022, I committed to like doing 100 days of code, right? And so on April 10, so 4 days later, I reached out to Chinemere, right? And I was like, oh, I really love what you are building, and I love how much you have spent building products, right? And please, can we jump on a call? And so we jump on a call, right? And the point I'm trying to make here is that 2024 January, Chinemere reaches out and is like, oh, he sent my resume to the company he works at. And so that was what got me my first contract role. And then later on, I then got my full-time job. And so the point I'm making here is you can build community around yourself, even if you can't join communities and be really active, but reaching out to people, learning from them, learning from the mistakes they made and avoiding those mistakes. So as I round up now, the most important thing to realize is that there will be a season where you are free, there will be a season where you are busy. The times when you are in like busy postings, just find the time. Whenever you are eating, you can just watch coding videos. But whenever you are free, please give it all of you, all of your time, all of your effort, because it will surely pay off. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for him, please. That was very, very quick and insightful too. Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is going to talk on agile devs and agile devs, agile leaves, project management acts for tech professionals. So I'll take it again. Agile devs, agile leaves, project management acts for tech professionals. So he's a content manager who is crazy about crafting, captivating narratives and driving brand success through relative content. So join me to welcome great Oloyede. A round of applause for him, please. Oh, for her, please. A round of applause for her. Women supporting women. Yeah.
Okay. Hi guys. So it's actually Agile Devs, Agile Lives. I'm aware, thank you. It's actually Agile Devs, Agile Lives. And hi, my name is Great Oloyede, a creative content powerhouse that is passionate about turning chaos into clarity, whether it's through storytelling with content or with project management techniques. Today, I'm here to share with you some simple strategies that can make your personal or professional life much, much more easier. So, next slide, please. We're like you're tired, I'm tired, we are all tired, we all want to go home. So, technical, please, next slide. We're just going to rush through it. Next slide, go to the Busy Bee Penitentiary. That's slide 4. Yes, thank you. Normally, business is the sneakiest catfish of productivity. It walks like productivity, talks like productivity, but it's not productivity. Raise your hand. Let's do one very quick activity. Raise your hand if you've ever looked at your to-do list, taken a deep breath, and then opened YouTube. Exactly, we're all there. You open YouTube, Netflix, take a walk, and do anything and everything except that to-do list. And you know what? I feel like we can both agree that the main reason why we do this is tied to the crux of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of things that we have to do, or by the tasks that we see there. So, have you ever felt like you work so hard all day and you are being so productive, yet when you are presented with the question to pinpoint what exactly you have achieved that day, you find yourself scrambling for words, looking for your to-do list to check what you've crossed off? If you can relate to that, this is where we are, unfortunately. This was more like an example of most of the devs in my lives. So I'm a content manager. My life is much more chaotic than this. But business is a very sneaky catfish of productivity. Because you think you are being productive,
Meanwhile, everything you've been doing or are doing is really leading you nowhere. And so it feels like every task feels urgent, every moment feels filled, but your progress feels like nothing. And this is where many techies find themselves. Many techies are unable to properly document their progress as they go along the way. Why? Because they are busy. They're not being productive. But you're not even aware, because that's how sneaky business feels like. As long as you're crossing things off of a list and you're getting that dopamine rush, you're not realizing that where you're at is a loop, a never-ending loop. You're just walking on a never-ending treadmill that keeps going and is leading nowhere. So, mind you, remaining in a loop like this, where you find yourself, instead of peacefully going to bed, you find yourself passing out. You don't remember what time you slept. You are waking up at random times in the night and you're wondering, oh my God, when did I sleep? That's the fastest way to burnout. You are so busy moving from one task to the next that you never slow down to think, reflect, or even celebrate what you've achieved. But here's the thing, working without direction, intention, or focus is just another form of business. True productivity lies within creating value efficiently and using your energy and resources wisely to produce quality outcomes without burning out. Business is the illusion of productivity. Real productivity lies within intentional action. Now, I know that we all think that project managers exist slowly to chase you down for updates. But the funniest part is the techniques that they use to politely nag us are genius hacks that we can steal to organize our lives. Very quickly, technical, please display this just very quickly. Just look at this quote that says, doing more doesn't make you productive, but doing what's impactful does. Next slide, please. Project Management 101. Next slide, please. What is project management without the corporate jargons? Project management at its core is bringing order to chaos. You are taking big goals, big work, big tasks, and you are breaking them down into smaller, manageable chunks. And then these chunks, you have to be like, you're being mindful that it's being completed in the right order. You're being completed in the right order by the right people and at the right time. My time is fast spent. So I'm just going to, please move to, technical, please move to ethical hacks 101 for next slide. Next slide. Time boxing. I'm just going to rush through it. So time boxing means setting a fixed amount of time to focus on a single task with the goal of maximizing focus and limiting over perfectionism. How can you apply this? Pomodoro techniques. You can also schedule deep work sessions. This means you are blocking off 1 to 2 hours for critical tasks and you are making sure that you're going to be free from interruptions at this moment. So when you own your time, you own your own results. Agile methodology, originally created for software development, its primary goal is to deliver results faster by breaking work into smaller manageable cycles in continuous improvement. So at the heart of Agile is this idea: focus on what's important, adapt when things change, and always keep moving forward. How can you apply Agile to your personal life? Number 1, plan. Identify your key priorities for a sprint. Number 2, focus on executing that plan without distractions. Test and review, reflect on what's working and what isn't, and then adapt and improve. Make adjustments as necessary. Then task prioritization. This involves organizing tasks by importance and urgency. The easiest way to apply this is by the Eisenhower matrix and is in 4 boxes. Urgent and not important, that means you do it now. Urgent, important, not urgent, you schedule it. Urgent, not important, delegate it. Not urgent, not important, eliminate that task. Stakeholder management is establishing a clear communication with everyone involved in your project, from managers to teammates or even yourself. How to apply, use checking points, set expectations with every stakeholder involved. And the last one is risk management, which is the process of identifying potential issues early and having a plan to address them before they become bigger problems. How to apply, be very paranoid, anticipate obstacles, and create backup plans. So I'll close with this. Business is not your badge of honor, and burnout is not your destiny. Productivity isn't about doing more, but about doing what matters. So as you leave here today, I want you to remember one thing. Your time is finite, your resources are valuable, and you are your greatest life project.
A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. So yeah, to our third speaker, please let's try to stick to time. Our third speaker is going to talk on technical interview preps, tips, tricks, and winning strategies. And to talk is Daniel Makinde, an award-winning senior software developer with over 6 years of experience in the tech industry. A round of applause for Daniel Makinde. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Sir, 5 minutes.
All right, already. But this is a very important topic, because after all the learning and networking, the next thing to do is to get a job. So, slide please. So, one major thing when you're preparing for an interview is you should note that the interviewer needs your confidence to match with your skill. So you might have all the skills, or you might have learned a lot, but if you don't have enough confidence to present it, the interviewer might doubt you. And right now we have a lot of people manipulating their CVs and resumes, and you need to be able to confident enough and present your questions well. Next. So, next please. Let's be fast. All right, next. So the first step is either is two ways. It's either you apply for a job, or the recruiter chats you up, or from LinkedIn or referrals. The first thing to do is to do research on the company. You don't just go to interview without even knowing what the company is doing, which product they have. So the first thing you do is to understand their core products, the projects they have done, the skills, and read the job description and align them with your skill. Next. Brush up your fundamentals. These are also for seniors too. I was once in an interview as a senior developer, and they started asking me some basic questions. Divine this, divine that. So I couldn't answer because I thought I've been using them. I don't really know. I can't even remember how to define them. So don't be like me. Try to always brush up fundamentals, definitions, so when they ask you, they don't catch you off guard. And for those of us that are targeting foreign jobs, we should master data structures and algorithms. Even if you are a front-end developer or something else, make sure you master data structures and algorithm. You can practice with lead code and the rest. Next, please. All right, practice coding under pressure. You get. One thing I do for my mentees is that I do what we call preparation interview. So you can call your mentor, have a meeting, set up a meeting with your mentors to do interview for you, asking you questions and giving you feedback after the interview. So to get you prepared for the interviews. And with whiteboard, it's your code for you. This might not app coding, so try to practice with whiteboard. Next. All right, so strategy on how to break. Let's go to next. All right, so think aloud. Most of these interviewers want to know your thought process. I was one doing an interview with Google, and he was asking me questions, and I was supposed to be coding it directly. He was asking me, why do you want to code this? Why are you coding? So they want you to think aloud, give your thought process, and ask questions if necessary. Next. Okay, next. System design. All right, so this is where we say most. So behavioral questions. Well, so the number one thing is that after doing research about the company, all the answers you are giving to the questions, let it be related to a live project. So what, for example, how do you make sure that your applications are secured? You won't just start defining security. You will define it, linking it to the project you have done before. I work on this particular project, and this is how I went about to get the security and everything. So this makes them know that you're not just speaking, but you actually have the experience. Also, your environment must be lit. Your camera and everything must be well tested before the interview. No distractions. And your camera should be straight to you, not under you or on you. And there's also one tip. If you are under pressure while doing an interview, I will advise you to get a glass of water. So once they ask you a question and you can't answer immediately, just use time to drink water. That gives like about 15 seconds to think well and before you give your question. So, and one thing, especially for foreign interviews, always confirm if they can get, because we have all these accents. So confirm, can you hear me? Do you understand what I just said? And stuff like that. So, next slide. So do preparation and rest well. So that will be all because of our short time. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. So to our last lightning talk that we have here today is Temitope Ayegusi, a product designer who is experienced with close to 4 years of expertise in designing digital products that solve complex user problems. Please join your hands together to welcome Temitope Ayegusi. A round of applause for him. 5 minutes, yes.
Hi, everyone. Please, are the slides ready? Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I know that we are tired, but please let us concentrate. Sorry, are the slides ready? It's going to be very slides intensive or a lot of slides, so I'll just run through the slides. Are we ready? All right. Hi, everyone. Once again, my name is Temitope Ayegusi, and I'll be speaking on embracing curiosity, the power of questioning and adopting a beginner's mindset for continuous growth. Next slide. So, said curiosity killed the cat, but has it ever killed a successful person? Being curious basically opens your mind to a lot of possibilities. It opens your mind and it makes you question a lot of things. Being curious makes you question things. As a designer or as a developer, right? You see that users act in this particular way, and curiosity just makes you want to know why exactly are they acting this way, or why are they doing things this way. You know, being curious just opens your mind to a lot of possibilities. And basically, curiosity is where the growth starts. Being curious is actually where the learning point starts. You wanting to know exactly why things are done in this certain way, or why things or users react to things in certain ways. Being able to ask yourself why things are done in certain ways, or why people react or behave to things in certain ways, or behave differently to certain things. So, after curiosity, what next? It's okay to be curious, but what should you do about your curiosities? And that is where the whole idea of taking actions against your curiosity starts from, right? It's not just enough to be curious, but what are you doing about your curiosities? What actions are you taking in order for you to fuel your curiosities? I said here that actions are what brings results, and then results are what contributes immensely to your career growth and then your personal development. it's okay for you to be curious. It's okay for you to want to know things. But what exactly are you doing in order to make sure that this your curiosities are tackled? So I said here that use curiosity to fuel your passion, but don't accept it as a substitute for action, determination, or hard work. It's okay for you to be curious, but do not substitute it do not make it a substitute for actions, for taking actions. Do not substitute it for determination or for hard work. So let's have the slide that says idea is cheap, but implementation is expensive. Yeah. So I said here that idea is cheap, but implementation is expensive. And while I was preparing the slides for this event, what came to my mind was money points and how they ascertained being a unicorn, right? And a lot of people were curious about the fact that why can I not send money to someone and then they get it immediately, right? A lot of people, were curious about the fact that, as a buyer in the market, right, I want to send money to a supplier and then they get that alert immediately, and I don't have to wait for 5 minutes or 10 minutes for them to confirm the alert. But not everybody acted on these curiosities. Not everybody took actions, right? So that's what makes the difference between someone that is curious and then someone that takes actions, right? I said here that idea is cheap, but implementation is very expensive. So how to take your curiosity to the next level? So first off is to read books and then listen to podcasts. One podcast that I listen to very well is Diary of a CEO. I would recommend it to everyone here. If you are a founder or if you are a designer or someone that is interested in building, right, you should actually listen to Diary of a CEO. I highly recommend it. One is following people that are better than you. You can see people that you want to be like, or see people that you actually aspire to be. You can follow them. Another thing is to read outside the scope of your work. As a designer, what exactly do you know about marketing? What exactly do you know about, as a developer, what do you know about digital design? Or what do you know about content creation, right? You should be able to hold conversations outside the line of your work. And then also, this is just as a designer, because I am a designer, recreate designs, right? You see that someone designed this thing in this particular way. You should recreate it. You should follow your curiosities in this way. And the last thing is also research or find out about stuff. And then, lastly, be curious. Read widely, try new things. A lot of what people call intelligence just boils down to curiosity and actions. Thank you so much. The last slide. Sorry. Hello?
Technical.
The last slide. And there's another one. Yeah, so if you want to connect with me, you can just scan the barcode. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for him, please. Okay, so we actually need the attention of this car owner. LND 793JC Lagos Toyota Camry. Please, your attention is needed downstairs. Please go downstairs and repark. Please. LND 793JC Lagos Toyota Camry. Your attention. Okay, so a lot of us scanned the Code Magic raffle draw QR code, and we're about to have that raffle draw now. So yeah, to have that, to host that, join me to welcome Damilola. Welcome. You're about to have giveaway. Join me to welcome Damilola. Dami, they don't want your gift. They don't want it.
Nobody feel good till you pass your mama. You don't dey me alone, no job. The thing what you do for me, my brother, I want you to do to me like the job. Lórí títí ọlọ́dà, kò kọ́lá nọ́dà, ọmọ ìfi bọ́dà mi. No go put am asunder, kò kọ́lá thunder, ọmọ ìkó me cinnamon. Just gonna keep alive, give me cinnamon. Till the bottom woman, we do me. Till the bottom woman, we do me. I'm a spoon like a ogun, but you call my papa no.
Okay, so while we get ready for that, TEDx UI, TEDx University of Ibadan, is coming up next month, and they have a discount code, a discount of 20% for anyone who buys tickets here at this event. Their QR code will be displayed shortly. The media guys will display their QR code, but if you get your ticket here, you get a 20% discount courtesy Gdg Ibadan.
Alright, so I think we're ready for code magic now.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, the all is almost empty.
DJ, take it up while we wait for code magic.
Thank you.
Wake up in the morning and I roll one. It's been so long since I faced my emotions. Make I not go fall in the ocean. As I go come, every day I'm on the road. As you can see, nobody but me. When poverty on me like honey. Till I party mama, go over me. Tomorrow morning I'll go on my knees. But tonight I want to feel like it. Because I tomorrow make a drink away. Me I don't say nobody, I don't see nobody. Cause nobody feels my pain. Better make I go my dealer, give me money bigger. I want to give up too. Wanna levitate like a balloon. Me I don't want to get out.
No Santa Mancha, no Rosa. Never to know my baby love. Never to know my baby love. What's gonna keep alive, give me cinnamon. What's gonna keep alive, give me cinnamon. Never to know my baby love. Never to know my baby love. What's gonna keep alive, give me cinnamon.
Man, I come from my place way back. Pray to God I will never lie. And you know man, I'm a winner. I live celestial. Oh, die. Oh, yeah. Don't shine up by your side. Now you don't know the stamina. Don't have your stamina. Don't shine up by your side. Now you don't know the stamina. Don't have your stamina. Mr. General, she cheche. And you don't know love. If you know that you go see Pep, me I tell you because I get OT. Kolu I talk very sorry me, I go get money to show for me. Kolu I talk very sorry me. Don't shala paisha. Carry your own and look at stamina. Don't have a job,
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for participating in the raffle draw being organized by Code Magic. My name is Damilola, and to draw the winners of the headsets and the mechanical keyboard, we are going to be spinning the wheel. The wheel currently has everyone that participated in the draw's names. So the thing is, when we spin the wheel, it brings up the winner. If the winner is in the hall, the winner comes to claim the gifts. If not, we spin the wheel again. Okay, guys can spin it.
Bad man looking good in the bad man.
Okay, do we have Chibweze, Okechukwu? Woo!
Looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick on you got a girl on me bed right now. She says she don't want to leave. She told me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then Can we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris? You fucking with the cream de la crème.
Okay, so can you remove his name? Then we spin again.
Kokoro, ginger give me kokoro. My coach be your love. Anywhere I go, just come up with my bummer. So they do that for love.
Do we have Adeniji Adeola? Adeniji Adeola. 5, 4, 3. Are you doing? Yes. Sorry.
Make a touch of money. Make a rub, make a love, make a rub, make a.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Till I go lotion, I'm a rub of fun. Like fine wine, say it's sweet when you wine it. Me, I don't believe when you wine it. As long as we go there, I'm on a we go pay. Yeah, we go day nice. If we enter the place, I go day nice. I go fiki, I go rewind. Say now me go be the DJ, I'm on feel nice. Say my party to the start to the daylight. Before you run, go the shot, you make you think twice. If not smoke, you want smoke, say we day tight. I'm on my love go, say we live nice. Yeah.
If you want make a ginger, give me kokoro. I touch a beat your love. Anywhere I go, just come with my bummer. So they do that for love.
If you want make a ginger, give me kokoro. How about a beat your love? Come make a show you my banana. So they do like bolo.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm back again. This time as the program's leader, Gdg Ibadan. So over the past few months, we put out a link for an hackathon for people to sign up. We had those that registered, and today we have our winners. But before we announce the winners, we'll be presenting like a video presentation of these products so you can see what exactly they submitted.
Nobody sent you, that's my life. I did for you, my friend.
Okay, so our first project.
Sometimes it be like say, nobody sent you, that's my life. I did for you, my friend. Party no vex for me. Say I never go you sins, but I hope that you are well. I hope your market sell. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you my back, God bless you. I never forget you. I gon' forget you. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. My money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go suffer. Oh, my friend. I know sometimes it be like say, no.
results is we're unable to play the presentations, but the judges have awarded the prizes, so we'll just call out the winners. We have the first runner up, Mohammed Adediro. Is he around? You guys should clap. Oh. Yeah, so can wait on the stage, please. Is the first runner up, and we have the winner of the Devfest 2024 Hackathon, Team Devas. Is it Devers or Devers? Representative from Team Devers. Congratulations. What's it called? Where is Abidemi? Organizing team members. Congratulations.
Man getting high till I fade out. Keep the vibe no pure on my way out. Pull up, anytime we step out. The men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. When they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Oh, see, I'm ahead of them, I see what you. I'm a fucking brother, you got only me. Nobody talk shit to me, you go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, the leader, she what you. I'm a fucking brother, you got only me. No man fit talk shit to me, you go collect oh. Cheers to my friends and click. When I call them, I all pulling up. We strapped up with the guns and the swords and things. Bring hell to anybody who try to test me. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your popsy. I be old man, no go, they call me Gen Z. Brother C, steady giving them the multi love far. They can never near me. I smile lava, just go. My own boy, don't show. I'm on my polo white, my face show. Sweet boy for life, you don't know. A serious babe, don't worry my phone. You done this up for back, you don't know. Every day, when I'm on call,
Thank you so much, DJ. Now we'll be having the representatives from TON for their presentation. We'll be having the representatives from TON for their presentation. DJ, give us music as we put our hands together and especially welcome representatives from TON. Take it up, take it up, take it up. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Say back to back to back to back to back.
They know my story. From old dogs to I be hustling to
Please help me with my slides, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I know we are tired, yeah, and I think we just saved the best for the last, yeah. That's the little I have to say with regards to this, because I know we're tired and the hall is quite scanty. But I want to urge us to stay back, and you definitely enjoy this session. Please, operator, help me with my slide, please. Help me with my presentation. So, before I start, while we're waiting for my presentation to come up, I don't know, how many of us know about TON? If you know about TON, kindly indicate by raising up your hands. Okay. How many of us are content writers here? Do you have product designers? Do you have developers here? So, which other skill sets have the tech area haven't I mentioned? If I'm leaving you out, let me know. Sorry, data analysts here. We have community managers here too. What's wrong with my slide now? Please, you guys should just. So, my name is Uchenda. I am a Ton syndicate. Yeah, I work for Ton. And Ton, it's T-O-N, the open network. Yeah, T-O-N, the open network. And the open network is simply a blockchain. Okay, let me ask another question. I like asking questions here. Who knows about Telegram here? Who knows about Telegram here? So how many of us use Telegram here? I'm feeling like doing something. Is $20 okay for us? $20, yeah? Okay, that's my presentation. We'll do $20. So, I'm going to talk about Ton, the open network, and it's the gateway to Web3 mass adoption. We know about Web3 here, yeah? So please, next slide, please. So, who knows this symbol? This could be the first dollar, yeah? What is this symbol? Because I don't know who am I going to give it to. Okay, more to come, don't worry. Our booth is there. That's us here. So probably nothing. This is not coin. Next slide, please. Now, let me take us back a bit. Yeah, the internet, as you all know, is a global network that connects computers and allows people to share information and communicate worldwide. Next slide, please. That's the basic definition of the internet. And then I found this somewhere and it cracked me up, and I felt it's good to bring it up to us. One, the internet in Nigeria can solve anything except NEPA lights and the network wahala. Who agrees with this? Then also, you can also find a job on the internet, true of us. You can start your business on the internet, true of us. Then you can learn how to code also on the internet. But then there are some obstacles you have to cross. So these obstacles are skits and memes, Sabinus and Popo, you understand? So next slide, please. So this is like a brief introduction of Web3 and how the internet has evolved from Web 1, where you could just read, come to a web page and read and go your way. Then we'll move to Web 2, where you can read and write. We have Facebook, Google, and some other Web 2 companies. And now we have Web 3, where you can read, write, and have ownership to whatever your data, it's your own. Next slide, please. So Web 3 has solved a lot of problems. One of them is data ownership. You own your data and your rules. You can get in anytime you want to and get out whenever you want to. Share your data to whoever you want to share it with. And there is no censorship, you understand? Unlike the governments or other platforms where there are some words you use and you get banned. The internet is there. The Web3 has solved that problem. Nobody is censoring you. And then your data is secure. That's data security. And financial freedom. How many of us are traders here? Crypto traders. You can, no bank is holding you back. You can do whatever you want to do. So you have this financial freedom. Next slide, please. But then we've said the internet has solved a lot of problems. Yeah. But then there are also some problems that the Web3 itself, has solved a lot of problems, but there are also problems also that comes with it. And how can you say you're preferring solutions to people while you're still bringing up problems? So, next slide, please. So now we have two problems. One is for users like me and you. You find out that users find it difficult to understand blockchain concepts because they're ambiguous. The onboarding flow is complex on Web3, and it is very difficult for users to get or discover applications that they want to use on the blockchain. Next slide, please. And then for builders, discussions with builders here, acquisition channels to get people to use your product is very, very difficult. And any product that doesn't have users is useless, you understand? And then low conversion rates, yeah? That's another problem. Next slide, please. So these problems for users and builders and for everyone is where the open network Ton comes in. You understand? Next slide, please. Now, I said the open network is a decentralized layer 1 blockchain, and it is designed by the founders of Telegram. Remember, I asked if we know about Telegram before the slide came up. And it's our goal to onboard billions into Web3. Next slide, please. I want to put Web3 in every pocket and solving people's real life problems. You don't have to be tech savvy for you to be able to get onboarded into Web3. The blockchain is for everyone to solve our solutions, to solve our problems. I will believe that distribution is the key to this. Next slide, please. Next, please, operator. Now, how are we able to solve this? You have our blockchain, you have the wallets and the ownership layer, infrastructure layer, and the user layer. So next slide, I want you to take me to, now we have the wallet in Telegram that allows you to set text crypto as message. When you come to our booth, you have $10 for the $20, we know as you can do it, to send it to people there. Then, next slide please. So these are among our solutions here. Imagine cross-border payments. You receive, most of my salaries is received via wallet. You understand? I don't need any of these intermediaries or Web3 projects in order to accept this my payments. So next slide, I want to go to opportunities for builders, please. So if you want to learn more, go back please. If you want to learn more, you can scan this and join our community. So I want to bring opportunities for builders because, next slide, opportunities for builders, because that's the main reason why I came here. But it's, should I say, I wouldn't say unfortunate that people have gone, but then it's all right. So next slide, please. I want to get opportunities for builders, developers. Next slide. Operator. So we have Fonsi and Tax as our programming language, but then if you are not a blockchain programmer, we have Telegram mini apps where probably you write JS, JavaScript, CSS, React, or any of these things. You can deploy your app, your game, your website on Telegram as a mini app. Next slide. So opportunities for builders. This is very, very important for us from what next slide please. So with mini apps, you can get people onboarded. You can integrate your application to Ton, yeah, and still receive payments and all that. And user acquisition is very, very guaranteed. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have grants for builders. Yeah, we have grants for builders. We have the open league. Next slide. This is grants for builders, grant support for builders. We have the open league. Next slide. I want you to get me to Ton Nest, please. Ton Nest, yeah, keep going. This is the categories of the grants. Keep going. Next slide, please. We have the open league for projects. These are programs for builders. Go to the Ton Nest. There's one Ton Nest I feel is something that can benefit all of us here. Ton Nest. Next slide, please. So keep going. Keep going, please. These are hackathons also for builders like us here. Keep going. Next slide, please. Keep going. Yeah, Ton Nest. So you can say just Ton Nest. Go back to Ton Nest, I think. So this is for early builders. Like, I know we have a lot of projects from ideation stage. Any stage you are on, we provide support for you on Ton Nest. This support comes in all forms. Both grants, mentorship, accelerator programs, advertising, marketing. In any way you look at it, you are looking for support for your project. Ton Nest is there for you. Next slide, please. Next slide. I don't think this is relevant for now due to time. So projects on our ecosystem goes beyond tap to ends. Yeah. For example, you can book your flights with Travala, you can build your games with Olympics, and you can order a ride with Tada. You as a business like this and still make money from it. So I just want to say this, that there is something new in town, and Ton is that which is new in town. And old crypto money does not understand it. You don't need to be an OG in crypto or blockchain to make use of this opportunity. This is an opportunity for all, and I feel it is very, very important for us to harness this opportunity. It might sound funny, but I think we should mark these dates. Few years from now, you would remember this talk and remember someone told you to take position in Ton, because this platform is definitely going to make millionaires out of Africa, out of Nigeria. Thank you very much for having me. So if you are a builder, you can scan this to join us, please. Thank you very much.
trendybeats.com.
of applause for him, please. Precious, please can you come? We still have our winners of the earlier giveaways we had. Yeah. Am I correct? So now, technical team.
Ladies and gentlemen, information reaching me now is that Gdg Ibadan. Let me clear my throat. Information reaching me right now is that Gdg Ibadan has an after party planned for this event. So, if you know, more information will be given after this event is over. But if you're interested in the after party, don't be in a hurry to go home. Apparently, Devfest this year is very different. So get ready for the after party if you are interested. Do not leave this auditorium, and we would wow you with that. DJ, take the music up as we do a little announcement. Take that music up. FC.
For the vibe I get now for days. Steady chasing the body, concentrate. Anytime I do it, whether night or day, I dey on my chain. Even now my lane, they will be down to the body, they go feel every. Orion City. Go chop my chain, whether night or day, I dey on my chain.
One, DJ, take it off. Thank you. It's okay. That's all we needed to hear. Okay, so we want to give out the last set of prizes. Okay, media, please help me with those on scramble. Let's see. Go to the first word we are supposed